SewingStreet.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, in Visualize Live.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome and happy Tuesday. What's exciting about today? Lots of things on SewingStreet. I'm thinking in general, it's getting hotter. I need to mention the eclipse. I am so excited about the eclipse. I've been waiting. I've known this is coming for years. I've got my glasses. I've worked out where I'm going to watch it. I'm going to have a picnic. I am beyond excited. So where are you watching the eclipse? Remember, it's tomorrow. Yes, Dan, it's tomorrow. And it starts at about 6:15 in the evening. It peaks at about 7:15, depending where you live. And then it carries on till about 8:15. So you've got 2 hours. So you need to be somewhere. Don't forget your glasses. The sun is going, Hannah, yes, for 2 hours. Well, it takes an hour to go all the way across, and at 7:15 it peaks. It's about 95%. And then it goes off again. I'm so excited, so excited. It's going to be like an amazing spectacle. So if you're watching it, let me know where you're going to watch it. I've had a look online. Apparently, Rossili Bay in Swansea is one of the best places. So if you live in Rossili, go down there. It's going to be fab. We've got a great day for you on SewingStreet as well before the eclipse. We should have an eclipse special tomorrow. Should we have just sold black fabric or gold fabric or something? Let's start with our early bird. And this early bird celebrates another lovely, fantastic new phenomenon, our new fabric launch. So this, the new fabric launch is this glorious coming up. There you go. I'll show you that. That's coming up in a moment. But this is a plain fabric bundle that matches those fabrics because it is a beautiful colour palette. You've got gold, Victoria plum, I'd say, more like a Victoria plum, and a bit of a lime, which is the colourways in here, you see. So we've matched that. And even if you don't want to buy that one, that's fine. But this is it's a really lovely colour palette. It's actually called Magenta Sapphire, Pistachio and Sunflower. I got pistachio and sunflower together. So pistachio, magenta, sunflower. It's a beautiful colour palette, isn't it? We're going to crash the price though. So it's all the Macawa linen texture fabric. We're taking it down to £14.97. Down from £17.97, £3 saving. It's a lovely, what I like about this colour palette is it feels very warm and summery, but it also feels a bit autumnal. Because of that lovely magenta and the sunflower together, it's a little bit autumnal and it's a bit summery as well. It's like, what was that I heard the other day? Somebody said, I'm going to wear my Sortum outfit. And apparently Sortum is end of summer, beginning of autumn. Thing is, with global warming, who knows what the weather in Sortum is, but I would imagine it is. It's that sort of end of summer, faded summer, so things are just starting to change colour. I think it's a lovely idea. I'm going to start collating Sortum outfits. I wonder what end of autumn, beginning of winter outfits are. I can't really put those two words together. It doesn't work, does it? But Sortum is end of... Anyway, it's a new thing, apparently. So I feel this is a very Sortum palette. £14.97 down from... So if you want to save £3, you get half a metre of each. I'll just show you one of them so you can see what it looks like. Whole half, so you get metre and a half. You could... I would... If I got this, I'd go through my fabrics, choose some that go together with it. Or you could use it as a colour palette to build upon. Or you could use it to inspire your Sortum outfit. It's beautiful, isn't it? Now, we will see this again when we do the new collection in a moment, but I just wanted to get in as our special early bird. Let's have a look at what's coming up on today's show. So 8 o'clock is these William Morris fabrics. So we've got this brand new launch, and then it's called Olive Orchard, the collection. And then we've got some other William Morris fabrics. And we've got some William Morris quilt kits. One of them was hanging up behind me. That new collection, by the way, is in collaboration with the V&A, which makes it very posh. And it's a really good price point. We all know what all the different fabrics cost, quilted weight fabrics. This is this is a really good collection as far as the collaboration is brilliant, but also the prices. I don't know how they manage that. There's something about the V&A collaboration. There was good prices. Maybe that's because they want us to buy them, so they just make it more accessible. Don't know, but quite nice, really, isn't it? So 8 o'clock's all about the William Morris fabrics, including that new launch. 9 o'clock is the Tilly and the Buttons, Leah Top and Dress. The lovely Wendy Ross is in today. Fantastic dressmaker. She knows her stuff, does Wendy. If you want to know how the ins and outs of dressmaking, got any questions at all for her. Now, this pattern, the Leah pattern by Tilly and the Buttons, it's dead easy to make. Wendy was saying the pattern is brilliant, easy peasy to follow. It's also amazing value for money because you can make a top. These are some pictures of people who have made the top. So you can make it as a straight top, you can make it as a peplum top, you can make it as a shift dress, or you can lengthen that so it's just a normal straight dress. That's some pictures of it as the shift dress. You can use that as a pinafore and put a long sleeve top underneath it. Love a pinafore. And you can make it as a tiered dress as well. So you've got tiered dress, shift dress, pinafore, straight top and peplum tops. That's 5 patterns in one. And brand new from Tilly and the Buttons. It's brilliant. And what I love about it, if you're a bit like me and you don't always like all your arm on show and you want a bit of a sleeve, you can put a t-shirt or long sleeve top under that. Everyone who's, the photos that we found, everyone's made it in this hot weather, but I would make it into autumn. And in fact, Wendy's going to be demonstrating it in a nice cord as well. And we've got denims for it. It's fabulous, fabulous dress. 5 patterns for the price of 1. If you have made any Tilly and the Buttons patterns, you will know how brilliantly they're written and how easy they are to make. You're going to love that one. 10 o'clock, it is August, so it is time for the launch of my block of the month, the Floral Dance Quilt. It's sunflowers, of course, because it's August. It has to be the sunflower. Now, they've given me an hour and a half today because last time we did block of the month, it was a real rush to get through everything. So they've given me an hour and a half. So what I'm going to do today, because I've got extra time, is I'm going to give you a quilting demonstration because I have kept telling you that this has been designed specifically as a quilt as you go quilt. You don't have to, you can, there will be, at the end, there'll be 2 sets of instructions in the same set of instructions, 2 ways, either to join it together as one and then you can quilt it, or quilting each block as you go. But because we're halfway through, I thought what I'm going to do is show you how to quilt the blocks. So if you've made your blocks and you've got up to this point, I haven't done it yet, I'm going to show you how to do it. Basically, it's just about the sort of the basting and the measuring and some tips about that if you've never done it. If you haven't joined in with Block of the Month, all of the previous blocks are already available on pre-order, so you can get those. If obviously you have joined in, you can get this one. And if you just think, well, actually, I only want to make August, and those blocks, because they're 16-inch blocks, they make great cushions or bags as well. Right, the photo for part 6, the sunflower, hasn't loaded properly. It will, it's just on its way. And once it's loaded, it's just at the moment, it's part 6, sunflower, and that's what it looks like. There's the 2, you've got sunflower bloom and sunflower motif. Also, I've written a set of instructions, the market bag instructions, which is about how to make a bag using charm squares. We've got digital and printed instructions, and I've made the bag, there it is there, using one of the charm square bundles. So if you've got charm squares, whether they're from this floral dance or any other charm squares, I'll show you the bag later. That's how you can use them to make something useful. So that's August, and that will be at 10 till 11:30 because I've got my extra half an hour. Then at 11:30, this is my favourite jacket. I'm so excited that Wendy's doing this. This is the Friday Patty Company Ilford jacket. Now, that's the one that I made in patchwork, and if you go back a bit, I wrote a set of instructions called How to Make a Patchwork Jacket. The instructions are not a pattern, there's like a hack, so they show you how to use any jacket and turn it into patchwork. But what Wendy is going to do is show us today is how to make this jacket, the Ilford jacket, because you can make it in all sorts of fabrics. I've made 3 of them now. I love it. Yeah. And that's the picture of the jacket. And actually, she's made it to fit me. I'm so excited because I love it. Absolutely love it. Oh, that's me smiling this morning. Kind of slightly odd in that photo. Thanks, Dan. That's my fabulous new jacket. Isn't it brilliant? I look like I'm looking the wrong way. And we'll be doing the set of instructions about how to turn that jacket. So my patchwork jacket is using that pattern. We've got that pattern, and Wendy's going to be showing you how to use it. So whether you want to make a patchwork jacket or just a normal one, it's a brilliant jacket. It's also unisex as well. It's really loads of sizes, loads of pockets, men and women, brilliant jacket. Probably my favourite jacket. Then at 12:30, we've got just a sneaky little hour, half hour at the end of the show. We're going to do some Christmas kits, because why not for half an hour? I know it's hot and everything, but we need to get started, don't we? So if you missed out on the robin or the poinsettia quilt, or you want to make some gift bags, or you want to make some tote bags, I'm just looking at all the other things. We've got charm squares, just a quick half an hour of Christmas kits and charm squares at the very end of the show. So it's quite a mixed show, isn't it, today? We've got quilts, dressmaking, fabric, all sorts. But best place to be inside, isn't it? It's a bit hot today. In fact, I think, or is it tomorrow? Tomorrow, I think it's going to go up to 36. It's ridiculous, isn't it? I was having the dog's haircut yesterday. Dog was so pleased about the dog having a haircut. And I was booking my appointment for her because I always book it in advance because they're always very busy. Our dog groom is called Bath and Biscuits, which is quite nice. It used to be called Woof and Blow, which always made me laugh. Why is it dogs' hairdressers always have really funny names? Anyway, I was booking my appointment for November for her. And I said, do you think we'll be on our 32nd heat wave by then? I can't imagine ever wearing a coat again. I put a jumper on this morning in some vague hope that it was cold, but it wasn't. So who knows? Who knows what it'll be like then? Anyway, let's get straight onto this fabric collection. Third of the stock has already gone. Now, this collection has been developed in association with the V&A, that posh museum in London. And it's all William Morris, but they've recoloured it in a palette chosen by the V&A to go with their collection, because look, there's their little label, purple and lovely. It's glorious. You will recognise a lot of the William Morris prints. Now, in this bundle, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 half metres. And we're going to take £5.99 off. I'll just show you. This is the big one. So half a metre for free. Look at that. The colours are beautiful. It is sunflowers, pistachio. It's magenta. I love this background. It's because it's not bright yellow. It's like a Dijon yellow. Bit of pistachio, bit of evergreen. It is the Sortum colourway, isn't it? It's a new thing, Hannah. We need to think about our Sortum outfits. I think what it is, it's like wearing a bright dress with a long sleeve T-shirt underneath. Beautiful. Half a metre of that one. I think this is a glorious colourway. Then you've got, well, I'll just do them in this order because then you can see. Love that one. Isn't that beautiful? It's in a pale fuchsia, I'd say that. It's more of a muted fuchsia. It's gorgeous. It's like a plain, but not. And you've got all sorts of acanthus leaves. Those are like the sunflowers as well. Now, we have got these available on their own by the half metre, where you can multi-buy if you want to. So if you see that one and go, oh, nice dress, you can buy like 3 metres of it. We've only got 13 of this bundle left, so I'm just warning you, because you've been shopping ahead. Really nice. That's a lovely part of the colourway, isn't it? Real lovely taupe colourway. And then you've got this one. So similar colour palette to the first one, but bolder. I mean, that is gorgeous, isn't it? It's just such a good price, isn't it? £41.93 for 4 metres of fabric. I know you're saving half a metre, but even so, that's a good price, isn't it? Love that colourway. It's sort of bright, but without being like too primary and in your face, isn't it? It's bright and bold. Gorgeous. Loving the pistachio background on that one. I think the recolouring of this is really clever. The pistachio with the evergreen, with the sunflower. Right, we've only got 6 bundles left now. You know that when you're working with the V&A, you know that the colouring is going to be good. They know what they're doing. They've got so many exhibits, haven't they, in colours and everything to inspire them. You know it's going to be classy and classic. Now, if you're thinking about making a quilt with this, and you need 8 metres, just get yourself 2 bundles. I can think of many quilts I'd make with this. It's beautiful. I'm making a quilt at the moment for a quilt that we're going to do in October, so I'm having to make it at the moment. And when I designed it, the colours were quite muted, but when I've just got them, it's a Morris Muse fabrics, and the colours are much more vibrant than I thought they were going to be, and it looks fabulous. 4 bundles left. But this, when you get fabrics like this, where the palette is beautiful, it's vibrant, but it's deep vibrant. This is what these Morris Muse are that I'm working with. It's just that depth of vibrancy. It does work really well. Right, they've all sold out now. There we go. Right, so basically, it says on there, save £8.99. And that was, so whoever, Hayley wrote that in. She's written save £8.99 because she thought that's what half a metre of the fabrics were. But it's not. It's £5.99 for half a metre. So that means we've now got to take off another £3 to honour it. So although it's sold out, everyone who's bought this is now going to save even more money. Why didn't they shouldn't have changed that. So now it's £38.94. So all of you who have bought that have just saved yourself another £3. And we always do that. If you check out, even if you've paid, you think you've done it all, don't worry, we will always charge you those price. So even though they've sold out, we've had to take another £3 off. Because normally William Morris fabrics are £8.99 for half a metre, but not these. So anyway, the bundle has gone, but don't worry, we still have it available by the half metre. Shall we go through them? Right, by the half metre, so if you want to make your own bundle, amazing price. Oh, I'll just do the complimentary bundle first because there's a lot of you who have been asking. Those of you who've bought the whole bundle and have saved another £3, that's our early bird, but you can see how well it goes. So you get your 3 half metres. Got mine with 2 of the complimentary bundles. So gorgeous, Rebecca in Leicestershire. Brilliant. I think that's a great idea because it's Macawa linen texture as well. It's not just your plain. It's got a bit of movement to it. Really good idea, Rebecca, because if you've got 2 of these bundles, it's going to make that go a lot further. And honestly, when you work with these fabrics where they're vibrant but with the depth of colour, as I'm making the quilt I'm doing at the moment, they just come out so beautifully. I would definitely design something with these. Well, I'll have to wait for the next collection now, though, because we've sold those. So if you want the bundle, £14.97, that's our early bird, so you save £3 on that. So if you want this fabric bundle to go further, or if you're buying the fabric on its own, do think about this. Or we've also got, which I'll show you in a moment, we've got 2 fat quarter packs as well, so they'd go really well with that. So that's that one. Right, let's do these by the half metre. I'm going to start with this one. Oh, that's nice. Pistachio's just everywhere, isn't it? WAVT 23. It's very fresh, this one, isn't it? You've got the fur, you've got the fuchsia, and you've got the pistachio. That would be lovely as a border. I think like a big, 4-6-inch border around a quilt in that would be beautiful. Because it's got a bit of a stripe, but the way it's done, it looks like a stripe, but it could go horizontal or vertical, couldn't it? I do like a wide border around a quilt. I think they look fabulous. And it's a really effective, quick and easy way of making a quilt bigger. If you measure up your bed and you think, oh, I want a bit more drop down the edge, just stick a border on, but in a nice print like that. So that's £5.99 for half a metre. Obviously, if you multi-buy that, it will be sent as a whole cut piece. Different to the bundle, that's sent as individual half metres. But if you multi-buy, that will come cut as a big piece. So if you wanted to make clothing, you could with it. Missed out on the William Morris bundle from Nicola. Oh, I'm sorry, Nicola. However, we have got it all available by the half metre, Nicola, so you can make your own bundle. You just won't get the special savings. And we've got the fat quarter, so if you just want a soupçon of it, you can. Oh, Bex, love the top. Got my part 6 tar from Samantha. Thank you. Do you know what? This is actually a dress. It's actually a dress, and I found it in the back of my wardrobe. Forgot it was there. When we worked on Sewing Quarter, I made it then. I asked Hannah this morning, do you know what the fabric is? She couldn't remember. I think it's Seven Berry or it's Anna Maria Horner, but I can't remember. Hannah doesn't think it's Anna. I think it might be Seven Berry. It was a cloth kits pattern that we sold then, and I made it then, and I found it. I haven't worn it for ages, but it's nice and bright. Maybe this is Sortum because it's sort of summer and sort of autumn, but it's a nice dress. It's got a zip all the way down the back as well. Part 6 is the sunflower block. Thank you, Samantha. That's coming up at 10 o'clock because it's sunflower day, isn't it? Right, quarter of the stock of this one has gone. Right, and how about this one? This is beautiful. Actually, my dress would look nice. So I've still got the pattern. I've made this twice. I made a dress using this pattern to go to a wedding. It was a really posh wedding. It was in Kensington and Chelsea Registry Office. It was dead posh. I thought, well, I'm never going to look that posh. So I made my dress from fabric with bananas printed all over it because I thought if I can't look posh, I'm just going to look fun. At least I knew no one else. So I've got the same dress in bananas, but it would look nice in this, wouldn't it? And I've still got the pattern. Oh, I've just bought a load of fabric off of SewingStreet, some beautiful corduroy fabric, 4 meters. You know when you buy 4 meters of fabric because you don't know what you're going to do with it, you just know you love it. So I've got my 4 meters. Maybe I'll make this dress from it. £5.99. Remember, this is made in association with V&A. I love the colour on this, but you can see the details come up. So you see the centre of these. Well, I think they're sunflowers. You've got that like crosshatch on them. That's beautiful, isn't it? I mean, if you just wanted to make a simple zip tote with that or a zip bag, I think would look amazing because it's quite posh, isn't it? It's gorgeous. You could even embroider on top of that. If you made something really small, I mean, even just framing a square of that with some embroidery on top. £5.99. We don't often have William Morris fabric at £5.99 for half a metre. And you know it's done with the V&A, so it's going to be great quality as well, isn't it? Visage Textiles. Oh, Make Believe Fabrics, that's who works with them, yes. I think that's gorgeous. That might be my favourite one, or that one. Those two. If I was going to buy two to go together, like for the front and the back of a cushion, or to make like a makeup case, and I'd want one for the lining, but those are the two I'd go for. Love that one. Absolutely flying out. Yeah, let's do this one next because I think I love this one because the colours are vibrant but deeply vibrant, not primary vibrant. But that's gorgeous, isn't it? But doesn't it go beautifully with that? Cushion. Nice a cushion, wouldn't it? What would you make from it? Again, quilt border with that would look fabulous, wouldn't it? Beautiful. Yeah, so anything in the bedroom. Yeah, it's very bold. It would look, if you had it as wallpaper, it'd be nice, wouldn't it? In fact, you could do a whole cloth quilt with that. See, what I would do with this is I would cut it lengthways as well. And then I wouldn't, if I wanted to make borders, I wouldn't want to join it. I'd cut it lengthways. So what you'd need to do is buy enough fabric for the length of your quilt, because then you'd get lots of widths across it, because it's 44-inch wide. So you could even have 10-inch borders, but you need to buy it to the length of your quilt. Oh, the early bird, yes. Yeah, that would be nice, doesn't it? See, look at those colours. Yeah, see, that could be the border, that could be the blocks, or the other way round. So if you think of the length of your quilt, so if it's 2 meters long, you'd need 2.5 meters. So if you bought 5 units of this, that would cover yourself a 250 centimetre quilt. And then you cut the borders lengthways. And it would look brilliant, wouldn't it? Just gorgeous. There's a lot of detail in here. Look, you've got like little feathery bits within the white petals as well. You've got various shades of green. I mean, I've seen these William Morris fabrics coloured in all sorts. We've got the cave colours, but I really like this colourway because they've kept it They've kept it classy, but put some vibrancy. Over 20 of you have got that. Over 20 of you have got that in baskets, but we don't know how many units you're buying. See, and I would make a dress from that, but what I would do is I'd have that as the skirt section, and I would choose one of these colours, a plain, and have that as the bodice. That's what I did with my banana dress. I had a navy top and then the bananas on the bottom. See how lovely that is? I think as a whole cloth quilt, the beauty of whole cloth quilts, obviously you've got no piecing, so all you've got to do is do the layering. And it does mean that you can then hand quilted whole cloths are beautiful. So if you do a whole cloth quilt, obviously you will need to join widths, but you can do that because they do join either end. And then you can hand quilt it, which is nice. So is it directional? Let me see. Well, if I turn it that way, then these yellow flowers are going the right way. But then the white ones are going down. But I would still say, if I was going to use it as directional, I would go with the way that those yellow flowers are going. I would go this way. I think that is the correct direction. If you're never sure, have a look at the selvage. If you're not ever sure of the direction, because the selvage will tell you, if you read down which way it goes, it's organic cotton as well. We didn't even say that, did we? Because that costs even more to produce. So if you ever want, just look at the selvage and that will tell you golden lily, that's 100% organic cotton. I think that's really nice. Also, if you use it for dressmaking, when you have quilting weight, it pleats nicely and gathers nicely. So if you want one pair of all of them, I'd go for those two, just because they've got the same depth of colour with them. 1/2 metre of each, beautiful. You see, if you bought those two and you got the bundle, then whatever you make, you could line with that. So if you wanted to make some simple tote bags, drawstring bags to take away with you, to put like shoes in or underwear, or to put it in your drawer with, what do I keep mine? I've got one that has all my knitting and my crochet. Each project I normally have in a drawstring cotton bag. Nice for a present for somebody if you make them just a drawstring bag they can use. Or, you could make a tote bag with nice handles with that, couldn't you? 1/2 metre that, 1/2 metre that. You've got all the linings and everything. You can make them matching little zip purses as well. Loads and loads of you are coming in for this. Actually, lots of you have bought my robin instructions. I've seen, wouldn't that look lovely as a robin? I've seen a lot of people have sent me pictures of the robins they've made, and they just look fabulous in all these colours. How about this one next? I'm going with the big prints first. But you can see how the colours, all of the colours in here are all in here as well. It really is a beautifully matching collection. Yeah, I've got that the wrong way up. So again, just check the selvage. Whichever way the selvage is running down is the way the fabric runs down. I guess because these are growing upwards. But, I mean, to be honest, if it was the other way round, I don't think it would matter so much. But if you would need a direction and you really don't know, just follow the selvage. But that's a lovely one, isn't it? 1/4 the stock of this is already gone. So for anyone who missed out on our lovely bundle, you can just get yourself 1/2 metre of each. Oh, the good thing about buying it separately is if there's one that you don't like, you just don't have to get that one. You can get a bit more of another one. Really nice, isn't it? It just feels very classy. They're also popular. I mean, even something like a sewing machine cover in this would look nice, wouldn't it? Just although it's not like a sewing theme print. I think when you make things like sewing machine covers or mats to put on your sewing machine or things you sew in these lovely William Morrises, they look beautiful. This is gorgeous. Oh, let me get my print direction correct now. So this one is called Granville. Do you think that's from Open All Hours? Granville. I think probably this came before Open All Hours. I like the colour in the background of this, though. I mean, that colour does repeat in all of the fabrics, but it's a really nice, deep, it's not as bright as sunflower, it's more mustard, but not as brown as mustard. Halfway between sunflower and mustard. Beautiful, isn't it? I'm going to quilt a big square and add a velvet border to make a fab cushion from Kate. That is a brilliant idea. I think velvet would look great. What colour velvet are you going to use though, Kate? See, I'll be tempted to use that dark green, but if you had a bit of that magenta velvet, it'd look amazing, wouldn't it? And you see, hand quilting on this, particularly if you're doing a cushion, it wouldn't take too long. I would just, with the normal running stitch quilting, I would quilt around the edge of all the leaves. And it makes it more manageable because you haven't got to get it all under the sewing machine. But you could machine stitch. But the beauty of hand sewing is it's easier to get around all the curves. But I think that would look fabulous. And if you're making a cushion, you could then do some embroidery. So a nice split stitch down the centre of the veins of the leaves would just really bring it out, wouldn't it? Brilliant idea, Kate. We should have done that. We should have got some velvet. Because we used to do, I don't know whether we still do, we do a velvet in this magenta colour. Next, we'll do this beautiful one. I like mixing cottons with velvet. When I did a velvet quilt, I mixed calico with velvet and it worked ever so well together. What's nice about mixing those two textures is the velvet is thicker. So when you put them together, what does Kate say? Green or mustard, I think. Yeah, difficult one. Yeah, I think you're right. I like the green, but the mustard would look good. When you put velvet and cotton or calico together, the velvet sits higher, so you get sort of a relief. You get like a texture feel. A bit like, do you remember the flock wallpaper that used to be really popular? It was sort of like textured, wasn't it? Such slightly velvety. That idea, because the velvet sits above and it gives you a really nice contrast in textures. Good idea, Kate. We need a photo though when you finished it. This one is beautiful, isn't it? Because you've got that lovely goldy mustard background and then you've got the flowers picked out in the fuchsia amongst it. So if you put it with this one, well, they all look nice together, don't they? That's lovely with it. I think that's really nice with it. And then the last two are the plainer ones, but even then they're print. So this is a similar print to that one, but it's just the fuchsia. So what colour is that? Yeah, probably pale fuchsia. It's kind of a pinky purple. Is that magenta is a pinky purple, I think. Doesn't have a colour name. It's called fritillary. I love these. They are like sunflowers, aren't they? Where they have that sort of cross-hatched centre. Oh, like, you know, when you do couched embroidery, crewel embroidery, it looks like. Lovely. And then the last one in this collection is this lovely taupe one. That's my new interesting fact that someone told us on SewingStreet the other week, that taupe is French for mole. And it all makes sense, doesn't it? And apparently, is that true, Hannah? Hannah says there are no moles. There are no moles in Ireland. Really? So for all of our Irish viewers, is that true? Is Hannah just making that up? Are there moles in Ireland? And who knew that they were called taupe in French? Because it's the right, they are taupe, aren't they? Never knew that. Really, I cannot believe in all the centuries of ships and everything going across that a mole has never gone. So Hannah is now Googling it. There are no native or wild moles, so people may have them as pets. Oh, that's such a shame. But then I guess you don't have those moleholes in the big middle of your lawn, but fancy that. So do not take moles to Ireland, you'll confuse them. Isn't that funny? Imagine it's something to do with the Ice Age and when sea levels rose. Have moles been around as long as the Ice Age then? Who knows? But there are no moles in Ireland. I mean, I understand things like there are no bears in England, you know, you can get that, or there are no flamingos or something. But you'd think moles, England and Ireland would have sort of nipped across, wouldn't you? Never got there, never got there. Well, so for all our Irish viewers, you'll have to come over here to see a mole. You don't see them very often. You don't see them very often, usually just dead on the road. Yeah, you never see them. Well, I guess that's probably because they're underground, aren't they? The other day, I was in the house and there was this massive bang and a pigeon flew into the window and just died. Just like, boom, knocked itself out, lay on the floor. And it was really sad. I thought maybe it was just concussed and not necessarily dead. So I put it in the back lane just behind my fence, just in case. I didn't want to bury it in case it was dead. The next day it had gone, completely gone. So it either was concussed or something ate it. But there was no, it was like it had never been there. But the sound of the bang, and how it didn't, what, no moles, foxes or squirrels in the Isle of Man. Christine, that's amazing. What a shame that you haven't got any foxes. I love a fox. So did they never get across? That's incredible, isn't it? I fancy having no squirrels. Can't imagine that. So have you got badgers, though? I wonder if do you have badgers in the Isle of Man? No moles, foxes or squirrels. These are very interesting facts. Honestly, guys, you know everything. I want to know what happened to that pitch. Such a shame because it really knocked itself out. Boom. It's just lying on the floor and it was still warm. It's very sad. The green one, yes. Oh, someone wants this one to go. Oh, the last purple one. Okay, yeah, so someone's just asked me. Always ask, because we can do this. This one with this. Yes, that's a very, whoever just asked that. That's actually a really good idea. Look, they look lovely. Hi, Rebecca, sorry, but could you put, oh, you've even given me the codes. Thanks, Susan. Is that PRVT41BF? Yeah, let me just check. Yeah? Yeah, that is a lovely combination because that, look at the how the colour fits perfectly. Nice for lining. Really nice. Yeah, that is, well, Susan, that's a great choice. This one has almost sold out. So when everyone's checked out, we've got very little of that one left. The mega bundle is gone, but that is a really good combination, isn't it? And then if we put the complementary bundle with it, oh, yes, that's sort of picking it all up, isn't it? That's the early bird complementary bundle. That is a brilliant colour combination. That would be nice. You know, if you were making a bag and you wanted to put a facing across the top of it, or even on the inside, or if you wanted something with straps on, it would be nice. Now, if you love the collection, but you just want a little bit of it, we have got 2 fat quarter bundles, and what they've done with this is separated them into 2 groups. So if you get both, you'll have a fat quarter of the whole collection. This one, we'll start with this one. So they've separated, I don't think they've, no, they haven't repeated any. They've separated the collection into 2. So if you want a fat quart of everything, then you have to get both. So this bundle has got, this fat quarter bundle, the lovely green one. Oh, it's got the lovely purple one. So they've got that brilliant combination of those 2. So these are fat quarters. This works out, which is amazing, isn't it? £2.99 for a fat quarter. Good price. Because considering our mega bundle sold out straight away, I think this is a really good way, is if you love them, or you've bought like half a metre of one, but you just want a little bit of them. And then you've got that lovely linen tone background one. That is the same length, by the way. It's just the way I unfolded it. So I'll just show you what they look like. So a fat quarter is half a metre cut in half. And these are 18 by 22. There we go. 18 by 22 inches. So they are American fat quarters. So they're half a yard. You have to, when you work these out, you always worth checking because there's a difference. An English fat quarter is 50 centimetres, which is 19 3/4 inches. An American fat quarter is half a yard cut in half, so that's 18 inches rather than, so if you have an English fat quarter, you get 1 3/4 inches more. So if you're working it out exactly, always check whether it's half a yard or half a metre. But 18 by 22, loads of fabric. Right, half of the stock of this one has gone. So you've got that fat quarter, that one, and that one. brand new today. This works out at £2.99 for a fat quarter. If you've already bought the early bird, it goes with that bundle as well. It's organic quilting weight cotton made in association with the V&A as well. So if you've just joined me, we did a mega bundle earlier on, but that's gone. So we've now got fabric by the half metre and we've got the fat quarters. £11.98 for 4 fat quarters. And you see, I mean, that's 18 by 22 inches. Great size for making cushions, front of a tote bag, back of a bag, small zip cases. Lovely for the patchwork jacket. You could cut these up to make into, oh my God, wouldn't that look lovely as a patchwork jacket? Amazing. Beautiful. Right, that's that bundle. Now, we have another fat quarter bundle. These are the others. So you can, if you buy just one, just remember which ones you get in. If you can't decide, then buy both. So in this one, we have this green fabric. So if you bought both of them, that would be £23.96, and then you have got 8 fat quarters. Those are lovely together. And then you cover the whole collection, but they've split them in half, I guess, just so that for people who just want a little suggestion of it. It makes it more accessible then, doesn't it? Because the price is great. You've only got 4 of them, but with it being such a good price and such great quality, it's organic cotton. I would get both of them. If you want like a big fat, so a lot of the time when these big fat quarter bundles, what I used to make my jacket, so I bought a 40 fat quarter bundle, didn't use them all. But you know, you'll get 8 if you buy 2. So if you want to make something that requires more, just multi-buy on the fat quarter bundles. I wonder how many fat quarters I did use. Probably 30, 32. I had a few left over that I used for other things. Lovely. That one, £11.98. So that's that code, FGVT04. If you want the other fat quarter bundle, I'll keep them separate so that you know which is which. But it's just if you want to buy both of them, you can see which one. Which one is the most popular, Hannah? This one is the most popular. And that's the second most popular. But you can see if you get both of them, that you will have also the graphic. Yeah, so the graphic that's sitting on top of that one is this one. And then the graphic that's sitting there, oh, we'll just move that one in. So, yeah, because we've got the same ones in. We're going to swap them over. But if you're not sure, if I've confused you, which I probably have, when you go on the website, when you go to order, there is a little picture of the 4. I need to keep them separate, look, put something in between. So if you want to buy them separately, have a look on the website and you can see a little picture if I have confused you. So that graphic there is this one here, and that graphic there is this one here. So if you want both of them, just pop them both in your basket. So the most popular is this one. There we go. But that's so you can see. But if later on, or if you've only just tuned in, you go, what, which one's which? Just go on the website. There is a picture on there. So any of them that you want individually or by the half metre. Well done for everyone who got the mega bundle with the extra discount as well, the extra £3, or if you've got the fat quarter bundle. And thank you for letting me know what you're going to make it into. Always want to know, and it's nice, and that you know we can always show you fabrics together, as long as I've still got them on the table. So Hannah has found some velvets, because they would go beautifully with it. Yes, now the mulberry, that's a gorgeous colour, because I know that one. I used that one when I made a patchwork quilt, the one that went with calico. The mulberry is this colour. It's in the background of here. That's the mulberry velvet. that would go beautifully with this collection, because I used that with gold and olive. We haven't got the kit for that anymore, but it was really popular. It was like the velvet calico quilt, and that with the gold and the olive was glorious. So I would go with mulberry if you want to put some velvet. If, like Kate, you're thinking velvet, olive would be brilliant. Olive, I would say, is this sort of pistachio. Yeah, that would go fabulously. In fact, because I know that the mulberry and the olive go together really well. So if you fancy a bit of velvet, it's polyester velvet, which is fabulous because it's easy peasy to sew with. It doesn't fray, and it goes through your sewing machine absolutely fine. If you've got a walking foot, a bit better. But what I found, particularly when you sewed it together with plain fabric, because I sewed mine with calico, it stops the slippage as much. Always sew the right sides together. It's better if you sew on top. And if you have any problems with it moving, just put more pins in. It would have been nice. Well, we didn't think about bringing them in. It was only Kate and your brilliant velvet idea. I mean, even if you wanted to put it on the back, so if you made a cushion, if you got one of these fat quarter bundles, just cut them into squares and made a patchwork cushion. If you get yourself half a metre of that velvet, that's it, because it's wide, that's enough for at least 2, maybe 3 cushion backs. That would look really lovely. So with the patchwork front and a cushion back in velvet, or mix and match, cut that into squares and patchwork the velvet with these fabrics. Would look fabulous, wouldn't it? Right, the quilt kit that's on the wall behind me, let me just move all these fabrics, it's called the Star and Vines quilt. Now, we've got it in 2 colourways. The one behind me is the gold colourway. Now, I love this because it's really easy. I've had a little look to see how they've made it. There's no half square triangles in this. What they've done is they've cut rectangles from the print fabric. Only one print fabric is used for each block. And then they've just snowballed the corners. So all they've done is put a square on top of the corner, sewed across and trimmed it. They've done that for that rectangle. You've got 2 squares there, rectangles in the corners, and that's just a square. So each of the blocks is dead easy to make, and it uses the same fabric. Very simple sashing, and they have quilted this on a domestic sewing machine, and with a variegated thread. It's really nice, and it's not free motion. They've just used a straight stitch, but just curved it slightly, and they've gone across the borders and down, and then they've done a little bit of wiggly quilting through the centre of that. And what I love about this is if you get the kit, gorgeous, you can make exactly this. But also with that pattern, what a great way of using your fabrics. You're not using very much of each fabric. So once you've got the pattern, you can then go on with this. I think that's really, the beauty is in its simplicity. And the price of this is, we're taking it down to £129.99. £129.99, and it's on 5-way split pay. So the size of this quilt is 145 by 170, which is the one that what's it in inches? So that's the gold one. So you've got that really nice wide border, and then you've got all of those print fabrics with it as well. We've only got 9 kits left though, £129.99. If you want to spread the cost, £25.99, 5 equal payments, pay £29.99. We'll send that to you. And honestly, this is a really easy quilt to make because you just work on one block at a time. And you could do any sort of quilting with it. You could just do straight line. You could get a friction pen and just draw diagonal lines spaced sort of 3 inches apart and then stitch along them. It's manageable. It's manageable enough to be able to quilt this yourself. Beautiful. I like the border fabric as well. In fact, that border fabric is, I've seen that. That's the border fabric that's in it. Isn't that lovely? It's got like apples. So that is the fabric, and it works really, really well on the border. Doesn't it work well on the border? Because of the way they've used it, you've got that nice little stripe. Right, that's sold out. But don't worry, because we've got it in another colourway. but very, very limited. We've got it in autumn. I'm going to just have to show you the box because we haven't got the made version. So it's exactly the same as the other one. It's just different colours. It's still Free Spirit, still Morris fabric, but you've got that lovely deep plum round the border. It was originally demoed on the 29th of July this year. So if you want to see the demo of it, 29th of July, we have only got 3 of these left. Again, £129.99, 5-way split pay. And I would definitely keep the instructions. This is a quilt that you might want to make again. If you want to make it bigger, once you've making each block is really simple. You've got the instructions. Use some of your own fabric. We have also got some of this fabric for sale. So if you wanted to make it even bigger, all you've got to do is make more blocks. Because they've used, I mean, you would need more of this, the borders though. You'd have to change the borders. I love that. It's really, really clever. Beautiful. What an easy, nice quilt to make. But it's a great quilt that you could easily make for someone else using, if you've got, you know, a fabric collection that you like. Right, that one has sold out as well. But we have got, if you love the fabric, congratulations to everyone who's got that. I think that's a brilliant purchase. We have actually got some of the fabric that's in the kits. We've got bundles. So this bundle here, this is called teal. So this one features 1/2 metre each of these fabrics. You've got that lovely stripy apple one that goes around the border. This is last of stock. You've got that beautiful one that's got the strawberry thief, which is actually features in this block here. So you've got the strawberry thief. You've got this I love the print on this one. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Oh, what's this one called? Oh, I think that's Pimpernel. And then you've got the thicket one there, and that's got the, so you've got, oh, is it the other way around? Thicket and Pimpernel. You've got a lovely, like, deep plum background. You've got teals, you've got pinks. That's a beautiful collection, isn't it? And that's all featured in there. That one is in this quilt. This one is in this quilt. So if you've bought the quilt kits and you want to make some more blocks, or maybe you're thinking, oh, well, actually, I've got the quilt kit, I want to make a cushion to match, you could just make like 4 of the blocks. Or if you just love that and you've got a quilt design already, you've got 2 metres in total. So remember, you've got 1/2 metre of all of those. So if you want to multi-buy at all, if you think, oh, well, I could make that with that, but we're going to take some money off it. Why not? We took money off the V&A. We're going to take it to under £30. So I would consider multi-buying that as well. We've also got a leather bundle, just one moment, that if you want same collection but more of, you can multi-buy that if you want more than your 2 metres, or get this one. So that's £29.99. Let me just show you the next one. I'll put those there and then we can put them together. So same collection, just deeper colours. So this is very plum, and it's like the colour of plum chutney, isn't it? Oh, sorry, no, everyone's checked out with that one. I'm just introducing you to this one, because if you fancy one that goes with it. Right, we've only got 12 left. Lots and lots of you are multi-buying because you love the fabric. Maybe you've been inspired by the quilt, or you bought the quilt kit and you want some extra fabric to go with it. Remember, that makes a lovely binding. I know there's loads of you multi-buying this because you like it, but you want more than 2 metres. Right, now the next one. So you've got those plum jams. You've got the strawberry thief in the plum background. So this is the same collection, but in the plum. So these are the fabrics that feature in the autumn quilt. This one that sold out, but they feature in that. But they are from the same collection. So if you wanted both, just to show you how well that, you know, because they are part of the same collection. It's just that's one colour palette. That's the other but then they've taken the plum in there, and that's in here, isn't it? You've got a lot of similar colours, so they do go together. But that's kind of, could be Christmassy. It's, well, autumny, isn't it? But it would look nice, you know, if you wanted to do some Christmas table linen without it being overtly Christmas, but just sort of warm. It makes me think of blackberry picking. Cool days, frosty mornings, and cobwebs covered in frost, you know, those where they've got them all white. That's what that makes me think of. I mean, look at this one. I think that's beautiful. Right, 9 left. That's glorious, isn't it? Saving £5 on that, £29.99. It's the last that we've got in it. It's berry. So that's, yeah, that is lovely, isn't it? I like that one. I don't think I've seen Strawberry Thief in that colour. But it's lovely because this one is just the miniature version. And this is a nice fabric, isn't it? Let me open it out for you. Turn it up this way. There's birds. Oh, yes. Can see them now. These pink. Now I've turned it the right way. These little pink things are little birds. I thought they were like just part of the petals, but you can see they've got little eyes and little beaks. That's really clever, isn't it? This would have been a block print originally, and you can see how it's been layered up like that, where you've got the birds underneath, then you've got these leaves, and then you've got the flowers. Love block prints. When we're at the Festival of Quilts, they always have, don't they, a fantastic stand that sells all those wooden blocks. I always stand there and watch them demonstrating, think, I really want to have a go at block printing. Right, only 4 of these left. Lots of you multi-buying them. Remember they do go really well together. If you want both collections. There's still there's a few of those left. So on that side, that graphic, that's these. Remember, there's always a picture with them. The other graphic that's there are these here. So you can see they're from the same collection, so they do go beautifully together. You just have to choose which one you like, or get both of them. Brilliant. Right, well, just before, for those of you who are still thinking about it, or you've only just tuned in, morning. Morning, lovely to have you. We launched a brand new collection. Lovely to see you. We sold out of the whole mega bundle. We've still got the fabrics available by the ½ metre. But if you just want a little bit of it, this is 1 fat quarter bundle. Yes, this one. So you get that lovely green, really depth of colour. You get the lovely plum. You get the pistachio background and then the linen background. This works out at £2.99 for a fat quarter. It's organic cotton as well. Organic cotton, and it's gorgeous, isn't it? So if you just fancy a little bit of it, well, 18 by 22 inches, to be honest. Really usable. They are all folded up, by the way. If you were here and I did open them up, it's funny, isn't it, when you look at it, you think, well, that's not very much, is it? But they are, no, they're all 18 by 22 inches, so plenty there, and very usable. So £11.98. Yeah, if you've got any of Debbie Shaw half-yard books, be ideal for that, wouldn't it? £11.98 for those. They have split the fat quarter bundles into 2, so if you want to get a little bit of the whole collection, this is the other one. Or if you buy both of them, then you've got a fat quarter of the whole collection. There we go. For less than £25, which isn't bad, is it? Multi-buy, if you've got patterns that use lots of fat quarters, maybe you need like sort of 20 or 30, then you can multi-buy. Make an amazing patchwork jacket. Keep it simple. I went really fancy with mine. It took me ages, all these flying geese. Just cut it into squares. I've done one with just squares and it works just as well. Beautiful. One of these has just bounced back. Someone's changed their mind. So when we've sold out of things, if you really want it, it's always worth checking later on in the day, just going on to SewingStreet.com, watch live. If you scroll down from there, if things bounce back, because occasionally people change their minds, they take them back out again, there's often one or two left, so it's always worth having a look. Anyway, congratulations to all of you. You've got some of this beautiful fabric. I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes with the lovely Wendy. We're going to be doing this brilliant, brand new Tilly and the Buttons Leah dress. It's 5 patterns in one. Could be spring, could be summer, could be autumn. We're going to show you how you make it. We've got a whole choice of fabrics for you to choose from to make it, and Wendy's going to show you how. See you back here in a couple of minutes.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Guess who's coming in with me on Thursday? Only Barbara Gray from Clarity. I know. We're doing these felt things to go on the wall. I'm really excited. She's in for 2 hours, 8 till 10. Join us this Thursday.
Join us in store for the Crafter's Companion in Evesham. You'll be able to shop dedicated collections from Sewing Street Jewellery Maker and selected brands featured across Hobby Maker, all under one roof. Why not make a day of it? With a coffee shop on site, you can relax, browse and enjoy everything the store has to offer, and incredible prices on the products you love. Whether you love sewing, jewellery making or papercraft, there's something waiting for you at Crafter's Companion Evesham. We can't wait to see you there.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt. And because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to SewingStreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
The winner of this year's Search for a Star is...
It's Search for a Star here on Sewing Street. Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the SewingStreet family and win the opportunity to become a regular guest on the show, giving you the chance to share your sewing wisdom with our viewers live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape up to 3 minutes, introducing yourself, and either demonstrate showing parts of a sewing project or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique.
Hi everyone, my name is Amber and I'm from Bedford.
Remember to introduce yourself speaking to the camera in your video. Send your videos to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of search for a sewing star using wetransfer.com. Please make sure that the download link is valid for longer than 1 day, as the competition email address is not always monitored over the weekend. The closing date for sending in all of your video entries is Monday the 7th of September. We can't wait to meet you all. Good luck!
Here at SewingStreet, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Welcome back to SewingStreet. It's dressmaking, and we're going to make this fabulous dress. The dress comes in, well, we talked about this earlier if you were with me before. There's 5 different options of what to do in this. So I'm going to start off with the pattern. This is a brand new pattern from Tilly and the Buttons. She launched it in June. This is the first time we've had it on. Absolutely loads and loads of people have been making it. I keep seeing pictures on Tilly's socials. Here's lots of pictures of it. It can be a top, it can be a short dress, it can be a tunic, it can be a tiered dress, it can have a peplum. It's brilliant. It can be like a pinafore that you can wear a top underneath. So I'm going to go talk you through all the different options in a moment, but I want you to get the pattern first. It was only launched with Tilly in June. It's the first time that we've sold it. It's called Leah. Now, obviously, the images of all these people who've made it are very summery. I think that might be due to our 6 million heat waves that we've had so far. So everyone's making very sort of light, loose, floaty things. But it's a great summer into autumn, because it can be summery, it can be autumny. It depends how you wear it and what you make it with is what the style will be. So here's the pattern. Now, it's available, the whole pattern is sizes 6 to 34. So if we turn it over, but all of the different variations obviously have different fabric requirements, depending on whether you've got a peplon or a shift top. It might be worth just taking a picture of the screen because it tells you about the sizes. So it goes from a 30-inch bust all the way up to a 60-inch bust. So it's a really nice big size range. We've put together bundles of fabric, and we'll show you that later. And we have made the bundles so that they will make the largest size of the tiered dress. So you've got more than enough of everything. You've got more than enough of everything. However, if you want less, because obviously depending on which style dress you're making, you need different quantities of fabric. So we've also put all the fabrics available by the ½ metre. This tells you all of the fabric requirements. But it might be worth either taking a screenshot or taking a photo of the screen so that you can see what fabric you need for all of them. It's just brilliant. I love the fact that there's loads and loads of different options with this. It's one of those patterns that you're going to use over and over again. Wendy, do you want to come over here?
Yes.
Then we can introduce you properly. Good morning, good morning. Lovely to see you. And you're wearing the top.
Yes,
Do you want
yes.
to pop this way a little bit?
Yes, so I've made just the tank top. I saw this fabric with a scalloped edge and I thought, oh, perfect. And then when that pattern came through the post, I thought, even
so you
more
bought
perfect.
the fabric before knowing what you were going to do with it?
Yes, I was going to make a different vest top. And then when that pattern came through, I thought, that's absolutely perfect. So I've it's all the way around, obviously.
Oh, yes, it's nice here. So on the back, you've just got a little loop and a button.
Yeah, so what I did,
simple.
so the pattern has got a seam down the back, but I decided that because it's a straight edge, I'll just cut it on the fold. So I just cut it on the fold without the seam allowance. And I just created a little bit of a facing at the top.
Looks
and then
really
put the button
nice.
loop on.
Carol says, I love the shift top from this pattern. It's so easy to make.
It is, and it's binding as well. So there's no facing, no double burritos and that sort of thing, like a lot of them are. So if you just like a bit of binding, then mine's dragging down because my microphone's pulling a little bit. But yeah, it's just binding around the armhole and the neckline.
So is it fairly simple to make?
This is really simple. And the shift dress as well, really simple.
Okay.
And the only thing that's different about this one is that you've got gathers. So if you're not, that's
So
the
all
only
the
difference.
options, I'm just going to uncook your necklace has got caught around there. Is it okay? All right, I thought it might was interfering. Don't worry. We'll leave it there. It's got a hook around your microphone. So all the different options. So you can make, so we'll start off, that's the simplest.
Yes.
That's just the shift top.
This is the simplest, so this is the shift top. And then the bodice is all the same for each of the patterns. So when you're making the shift top, it tells you where to cut it to. And then if you want to make the shift dress, which is this one here, it's just longer, and you can lengthen it if you want, because that's actually quite short. But obviously,
so this
there are
is
lots of
like,
length
so this
and
is the, so
lines.
this could be like a tunic top. So if you're new, you could start with the top and make sure that fits.
Absolutely, I did twirl this. I always twirl something when I make it the first time, especially, you know, across the bust and the back and everything, and then you would just make it the full length.
So this picture here is of everyone wearing just the shift tops, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. So some people have made it like with a co-ord as well.
Oh, they've made it with the trouser pattern.
Yes, yeah.
Very in that, isn't it?
Oh, very much. I've got loads of those. Yeah.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I guess you could use like a normal quilting weight cotton for it.
Well, actually, yes, you could, because sometimes these sort of tops, you want them to have a little bit of structure. So you could use something that's a lot heavier. If you go into the shops, you get a lot of these sort of tops.
But like
in
normal
denim as
quilting
well.
weight cotton,
But
it's
yes,
not really heavy.
Yeah.
So if you've got like a bit of cave that you love.
Exactly. Yeah, all sorts of weights. You could make it in a light corduroy. Just it depends on how structured you want it. But yes.
Okay.
Or a viscose, anything.
So that's the simplest option. So if you're new to sewing, you could start with that.
Yep, you could. Yes.
Before you move on.
Yep.
Then if you want to make it, you can then turn it into a tunic or a longer dress. So look, I'll just lift her up.
Yep.
And this is where it can be a pinafore, isn't it?
Yes, so I think when I made that, I thought, well, actually, it's a shame that it's the summer at the moment, because that would be beautiful in a denim or a needle cord or even a chunkier cord as a pinafore.
It would,
and you could do a contrast binding.
And so this is where you say you've got the seam down the back.
Yes. Now, obviously, that does allow you to fit. So if you wanted to take it in a little at the back to give it a bit more shaping, you could
But
do.
you haven't got any zips.
But you haven't got a zip. No, exactly. You haven't got a zip, and it's a really simple fastening at the back of the neck.
That's lovely, isn't it?
You could wear it with t-shirt underneath, long sleeve t-shirt, a roll neck, a turtleneck.
Yeah,
you know,
no, that
a
would be nice. I mean, I
blouse.
love a pinafore.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So in this image, you can see one of the ladies there, the third one, she's made it as a tunic left and put a t-shirt underneath. But as you say, but it could be longer.
It could be longer because you've got your length and lines on the pattern. So easily you could make it longer, or you could make it shorter, because I think she's the third one along. I think she has made it slightly shorter. Just depends what you want.
I love that statement fabric with all those
Yes.
bottles. So I've just bought myself some needle cord. And I bought 4. It's like I bought 4 meters because I don't know what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
But I was going to make a top, but actually this as a pinafore, because it's brown, it's 70s.
Definitely,
needle cord.
it is. It's a very sort of classic style, and it's just simple bust dart.
Yeah. So it's quite simple bust dart. Just a little loop on the back and a
That's
button.
right, and your facings, your bindings, so which you could do. And if you wanted to, you could always do your binding unhidden, so you could have that detail around.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah,
wouldn't
make it a little bit special, make it yours.
I mean, I think this is great for, you know, if you're new to sewing or even if you're experienced but you just want an easy make.
Yeah.
This is ideal.
And Tilly's patterns are absolutely perfect, whatever level of dressmaker you are. If you are a complete beginner, when I have beginners come along, I don't know what pattern to make. I will always put, you know, suggest that they have a look at Tilly's.
So
I do teach dressmaking. I run I run a dressmaking club, and I run sewing events, and I get a lot of people coming along who sometimes they just want a bit of social time, sometimes they want a bit of confidence building, and sometimes they're complete beginners. They can sew, use a sewing machine, but they haven't done any dressmaking before. So Tilly's patterns, I will always recommend them.
Okay, so if you're new and a bit...
Instructions are really good. The resources online are really, really good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've gone through the normal... So this is the normal. We've got the shift top. We've got a tunic. Depending on the length, we can have full length. But I love the peplum.
Yes, so with the peplum...
Really loving the peplum.
On the pattern, you've got options for where to cut for the different styles that you want. And then you would cut it about here on the pattern. It tells you where to cut it.
Okay.
And then you just put...
So is it about waist level, the peplum?
It's sort of empire.
Oh, okay.
Sort of empire, because it's quite loose. That's the idea, isn't it? I suppose it's not too fitted. And then you would put, the peplum is just one piece of the skirt.
Oh, we've got some images of people who've made that.
Yeah.
Love that spotty one. Oh, that's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, peplums are very on trend as well. And I mean, in this heat, you could have a nice top.
Well, I really like them because that's not too gathered. Because if they're too gathered, they stick out, don't they?
You can see on here, on the actual dress, it's not too gathered. There's not the gathering it, so it's not really maternity.
Really nice,
it's not too bouffant. Yeah.
But I love the spotty one because it's just a little bit of. We'll just get that picture back. It's just got a little bit of gather, but also it's a nice height because it sort of covers the stomach area.
Yes. It's probably
nicely.
Probably not that much lower than mine. In fact, it might, obviously I'm quite tall, it might be that it's a similar length to this one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it's a really nice length, isn't it? And without it being too long as well. I mean, it looks lovely. You know, all of those 4 pictures, different sizes, different fabrics, but it looks great in all of them. Love that spotty fabric.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
Like a few spots.
Anyone's. And so that's another version. Then we've got... This is all in the same pattern, by the way, so you're going to use this for your whole wardrobe. Then you've got this one, so this is the sort of the tiered dress.
Yep.
And that's what that's what you need the most fabric for. So the bundles that we've got are have got enough fabric in them to make the largest size of the whole tiered dress.
Yes. So with the tiered dress, again, the options, there's lots of options, because you don't have to have 2 tiers. You could even put 3 tiers by making the tiers shorter. With the way the pattern works, and Tilly does this a lot on her patterns, if it's a rectangular piece, she either just gives you the measurements or she gives you the top bit and then you just extend it depending on how you want. So the peplum is the pattern piece, and you cut them on the fold, one for the front, one for the back. This on the tiered dress, the top tier is the peplum top just extended down, so you just cut it longer.
So that is where so if it was, it would just end like there.
End about there.
Right.
And then the same for the bottom tier, you
I will have to lift that
you just extend it, but you extend it by less. So you cut 2 for the top and 3 for the bottom.
So if you want just 1 tier but longer, you
exactly, you could just have it. You could have 1 tier and longer, but without the bottom tier.
And again, that can be a pinafore. You can put a t-shirt underneath, a long sleeve top.
Yeah. It depends. Obviously, the more ease the larger you make it for yourself, the more room you've got underneath. Yeah. And again, just the simple fastening at the back. It's got the binding.
Simple, it's really nice, isn't it? Because I've got a dress like that, so when it's really hot, I just wear it like that.
Yeah.
But then it's just the best thing to wear in the hot weather, better than trousers or anything.
And I think we always forget, don't we? Because we don't get the heat very often, we forget just how hot it is to wear clothes.
Yeah, I know.
Next year, I'm going to make myself loads of clothes that are suitable, but this will be perfect, and you could wear it with a cardigan, or you could wear the t-shirt
that's
underneath.
it, yeah. So and it carries you through. So these are some pictures of ladies wearing the full dress. Again, I love our use of horizontal and vertical stripes.
Yes.
Really like the navy one. And I hope that lady in made that matching hat. Looks like she's got a matching hat.
But the pinky one with the looks like flowers on it, that looks to me a much more lighter weight fabric. So that's perhaps like a viscose, so it's much more floaty, a lot more movement.
That's lovely, isn't it? I mean, like you say, it's perfect for the hot summers, and make it in a linen or something. It'd be gorgeous, wouldn't it?
Yes.
But then again, you know, put a top underneath or pair it with a cardigan. This is a fantastic pattern. $18.99. Sizes, well, I'll give you bust sizes because I always ignore those sizes because they're never the same for everyone,
They're not
are they?
the same at all, no.
So full bust, 30 to 60 inches.
Yeah, that's quite a... That's a good size
That's a
range,
good size
isn't
range,
it?
isn't it? I mean, I could say 6 to 36, but, you know, everyone's... the sizes...
Depends which shop you go into,
It depends what shop you go into. This is a brand new pattern today. Tilly only launched it in June. There's lots of information on her website, tutorials and all sorts. So if you want to go and get ready, I'm just going to go through the fabric. So you think you've got all of these. You've got a shift top, you've got... a tunic, you've got a dress. You've got then the tiered dress. You can lengthen, shorten and wear for different occasions. You've got a plain shift top. You've got the one with the peplum. There's so much on this. It also has optional side ties on the peplum top as well, if you want to have a bit of interest on it. So there is so much on here. And remember, if you're new to dressmaking, this would be ideal. So price for this, $18.99. This was launched in June with Tilly. You're getting all of those patterns. I think we worked out, like, it's a capsule wardrobe. You've got like 5 different patterns in there because it can be a dress and a top and a tunic and all sorts. But let's give you a special offer for all of you beginners out there. If you want to have a go at dressmaking, or you're more experienced but you just love the pattern, we're going to give you a special discount to get you into dressmaking, to encourage you, just get you into that. Or shall I have a go? $16.99. We can take £2 saving. I mean, it's a great value, great value pattern anyway, because of all of the size options, size 30 to 60 inch bust. $16.99. You've got dress, you've got tops, different styles, you can lengthen it. You've got all that online help from Tilly as well. Amazing price. Love that. I think maybe it's the spotty one. Remember, it doesn't have to be sleeveless. Pop a long sleeve top, a t-shirt underneath it, pop a cardigan on top. These things should be multi-use. You don't want to make a dress that you can only wear for one occasion. Think of it as a pinafore. Love the idea of it being a pinafore because it means that you can dress it up and down. You can wear a pinafore with like a t-shirty material top for more dress down. But if you've got a really nice blouse, particularly one that's sort of a floaty like lawn or organza or voile blouse with those big... I've got blouses that I don't really like the top of. They're a bit tight, but they've got nice sleeves. So I save those for pinafore occasions. You know, and you have those tops that's a little bit short or just, you know... too white. Oh, I've got a beautiful white blouse with lovely sleeves, but I don't wear it because I'll drop things down. So that's my pinafore blouse. Now, think of the fabrics. You know, Wendy was saying we can make this with loads and loads of different fabrics. They could be autumn fabrics, they can be denims, it could be cords. You can make it very summery with linens, double gauze, viscoses. Don't worry, for those of you who've asked, if you checked out at the higher price, don't worry, we will always charge the lower price. It's the same with everything that we sell on Sewing Street. If we drop the price, which we do regularly, you will always be charged the lowest price of that day. Only till midnight. After that, you know, after that. Here's the size chart. Now, that's the fabric requirements. We have bundled the fabrics so that you can make the tiered dress, the long dress, big dress, in all the sizes. However, if you're just making the little shift top, you won't need as much fabric as that. So we've also got all the fabrics available by the half metre. And we've put in a variety of fabrics. We've got a queue on the phone lines. So, for example, if you are making the shift top and you're using 140 centimetre wide fabric, you're going to need less than a metre for the 30 to the 36 inch bust. So if that's how it works, if you look at it like that, if you were making the peplum top, you'd need 1.2 metres. So if you look across, you can see the two different width fabrics, and it depends on whether you've got 140 centimetre width fabric or whether you've got 115 cent. So that bottom fabric, 115, that's your quilting fabric. So if you're using quilting weight cotton, the quilting weight cotton is the lowest one, the one that says 115. When it comes to you, it'll come like this. So it comes with a very nice instruction booklet. There's find your pattern size, body measurements, and finished garment measurements. That's really important, isn't it?
Absolutely. Can I just say as well about the fabric requirement? So if you were making the shift top, don't forget that quite a lot of the fabric is required on the pattern is required for the binding. So I can get a shift top out of a metre of fabric in my size. If you want to use a contrast binding, a pre-prepared binding, or you just wanted to cobble some binding together out of the scraps that you've got. So if you've only got a metre of fabric, it's worth seeing if you can get it out of a metre of fabric.
Because the binding's all on the inside.
It is all on the inside. So however it joins, if you did it contrasting or pre-made binding, if you're not brave enough to make your own binding.
Yeah, that's true. So if you've got a metre of a quilting weight cotton that you love, maybe you've got a metre of Liberty, or you've got a metre of Cave, and you think, well, rather than making that tote bag that I normally make, I'm going to have a go at making that top.
Yeah. It's always worth it. There's always a way.
There's always a way. And then, just find something in your stash that sort of vaguely matches for the binding. But I think it's worth it. I think we see all these beautiful fabrics for making quilts and don't think about using them for dresses. So like this dress I made this is a quilted weight cotton. I made it years ago, but it drapes well, it washes well. I love the colour of it. So, we do have specific dressmaking fabrics, but do think about those. If you fancy having a go, if you've got some fabric in your stash, maybe have a go if you're really nervous with something that that you're not fussed about, a bit of calico or something that you don't mind if it goes wrong. Yeah. And then you can commit to your design. Then you can go buy your Liberty to make it.
Definitely.
But have a look at the size chart. So what you need to do, I guess, I think what I tend to do is go with finished garment and measure something that I like.
Yeah, so the finished garment measurements, if you take the body size measurements away from the finished garment measurements, that tells you how much ease there is. Right. And sometimes ease is a personal preference. Sometimes you know for yourself that if you've made things before where you might need more ease. So for example, if it's trousers, when you're sitting down, you want a little bit more ease than perhaps you might want to cross a top. It all depends on what you're wanting to make. So you can use the finished garment measurements to help you judge what size to make.
Because I'm like that, so I tend to get something that I love that fits.
Yes.
And then I measure that, that's how I ignore body measurements.
Well, yeah.
Obviously, you don't always have something that's the same that will fit, and then you have to use that. But it is a really good way of...
Yeah, and a lot of the independent pattern companies, they put really good finished garment measurements on, and that's so helpful.
It is, it's wonderful. Yeah. Get the pattern today, and then when you get it at home, even if you don't get the fabric today, you can then have a look through what have you got, what do you like. We always have loads of dressmaking fabric on our website anyway, so you can always get it later. You might have something at home.
Yeah, in your stash.
So in the booklet, Jargon Buster, we've got how to cut your fabric, cutting layout. Half of the patterns have gone. It's brand new today. I mean, I love the fact that it's all photos as well. It really is easy to understand. But she's done it in such a way. It's photos that are illustrated
Yes,
as well.
So she'll put like annotations on the photographs, like for stitching lines and that sort of thing. Yeah. So and there's lots of colour contrast as well on the photographs, which makes it
so you can really see where she's like taken out the colour for the wrong side, so it really shows.
Yeah.
There's a lot of information. I mean, this is really, for beginners, this is brilliant, isn't it?
And there are lots of little videos. So I think there's a video for doing a binding, for example, on her website.
So if you go onto Tilly's website...
Yes, so if you go onto her website
which
and
says at the back.
Look for the pattern, quite often there are links to other resources that are relevant.
Oh, okay.
But also she's got, I think it's on one of the tabs at the top, I think it is resources, and if you drop down box, and there are lots and lots of different videos and just hints.
So if it's like binding you're not sure of,
then there's a video, yeah.
In fact, if you've bought the pattern, have a look on her website while you're waiting for it to arrive.
Yeah, definitely.
Find all the resources.
Definitely.
Then when you get the pattern, nice quality paper.
Yes, and it's easy to trace. So I trace all my patterns, so it's easy to trace. But if you cut them out, they don't rip like perhaps the tissue paper might do.
I know I trace mine now, but only because I've worked with so many lovely people like you who have said, you need to trace your patterns. And never really wanted it. Oh, just cut it out. But
it's worth the time. It's all that preparation.
It is professional dressmakers who like you, who have...
It's like pressing.
It's
just one of those steps.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a...
I really don't want to
turn the iron on. But no, it's
I even press my patterns. Do you press your patterns?
Not those ones necessarily. However, if it was a tissue... tissue I would do, yeah.
Because it is hard following all the lines, isn't it?
It can be, so you could highlight it. If you knew what size you wanted to cut out, you can always highlight it. And if you wanted to grade between two sizes, again, you can always draw a line on your pattern in like a red pen or something to make it easier to follow.
It is worth tracing it though, because otherwise you cut it out and then it's gone.
Yeah.
If you ever want to make it in a different size.
I think the piece that you've got there is that's the shift dress, isn't it? That's the bodice. And
yes, that's the front bodice.
Yeah, and then I think on the other piece that you've got, I think that might have the skirt piece.
I mean, they're not double-sided. You don't have to trace them, but...
No. And they're not enormous either, so you can put them on your cutting table and they're not flopping over the side.
But you can see here, look, you've got the side tie version notch, lengthen or shorten here, waistline seam, cut or trace here for the peplum top. Shift top hem, lengthen or I love, because not all patterns have lengthen or shorten.
No, and sometimes it's guesswork, and if you don't know, then how do you
I never know. I'm always, if I want, because I have to shorten everything, if it doesn't have that line, I have to just shorten the hem because I've got no idea.
Oh, well, when I was on in January with John, 2nd of January, 3rd of January, I did a thing about shortening, lengthening and shortening, so you'll have to have a look at that.
Well, I need to watch that then, because that's like, I know how to sew and make, but these are more specialist things.
When you see it, you go, oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, but that's something that people like you know. And luckily, some people actually write on their patterns, but not everybody. Quarter of the stock is left. 3/4 of the stock has gone. Remember, we're taking £2 off. This is your capsule top, pinafore, dress, peplum, dressed up, dressed down, it's everything. Right, let's go through the fabric. Now, the fabric that you're going to demo is this one.
Yes, yeah.
This is gorgeous.
It is.
Now, we're going to do this by the ½ metre. There are bundles, but remember the bundles are on the website and they are for the tiered dress in the biggest size. So unless you're making the tiered dress in the bigger size, it's nice to have all of the fabric, but we want to give you options. This is gorgeous. It's a nice weight.
It is. And it's lovely to work with, actually. I do like a chambray. I love denim, and I like a chambray. And it's like, and this will, I probably won't actually finish this because I've done it in contrasting thread, but I think it would be lovely finished. I think of all the fabrics, that's probably the one.
It's lovely because actually the daisies are a very pale blue. I know it says blue and white, but they're a very pale blue.
Yeah, and also, although it probably is directional, you wouldn't. I think you could get away with it. So if you wanted to invert your pattern pieces to get it on.
So it's £5.49 for ½ metre. What's the width of this, Hannah? It's wider than normal.
That's quite wide. I think that was 150, I think.
It is 100% cotton. It's 175 wide.
Oh gosh, yes, I did it. Yeah,
that's really wide. So when you're looking at the pattern, this is the one. This is the one where it says 140 centimetres wide. You're getting way more than that. That's a good price.
You'll definitely get a shift top out of a metre of that. In fact, you'll have some left over.
Okay. I think that's a lovely fabric. You're going to be demonstrating that, so you'll be able to see it. So
Yeah.
it's got these big daisies in a pale blue. When you see Wendy's that she's cut up, I love it when you first cut a fabric up because it suddenly becomes that thing, doesn't it? And you see,
The shape, yeah.
get a couple of meters and you'll be laughing. So get yourself 4 units, get yourself a couple of, then you'll be, well, when I bought some fabric the other day, I thought, I've no idea, I'll just get 4 meters because I don't know what I'm going to make yet. Sometimes you know what you're going to make and that's fine. The next one I want to show you, I love this one. So this is very summery because it's viscose, but this is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous because look, it's patchwork.
Yep.
It's not just patchwork, it's viscose poplin and it's £3.99 for half a metre. I mean, the colour is gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah. So with that one, I would be tempted to cut it on the fold at the back so that you wouldn't need to pattern.
Yeah, that's true. Now, this is 135 wide, so it's a decent width, but yeah, you don't, then you wouldn't have to pattern match.
No, and then just make yourself a little facing for the back neck opening.
It's beautiful. It's kind of, it's got a bit of like an Indian vibe to it. It feels a bit sort of mandala-y and floral, and or maybe like, this is like ikat, isn't it? That bit.
Yeah.
It has got sort of a block printed vibe to it. Loads and loads of you are checking out 4 meters of this just because you're thinking, what shall I do? Well, yeah, because this, I mean, this would make a lovely peplum top.
It would. It would, and it would gather nicely as well.
Yeah,
so
because look at the drape on that.
Dress.
That is about right. No, we've got 4.5 meters left. Be quick. I love that one. I love this one as well. Do you remember that dress that kept selling out all the time? That black dress with big white spots. It's like a few years ago, and then everyone copied it.
Yes.
And then they kept redoing it. It's got that feel to it, hasn't it?
The spots on that aren't even. It's got like a
on their hearts
pattern to it, hasn't it?
Well, it's like a animal print heart.
It is. Yeah.
Again, it's that lovely viscose poplin. So it's like the best of both worlds. You've got a bit of cotton and you've got a bit of viscose. But it is that, I think this sort of print is very flattering because it kind of covers things. It flows well, totally non-directional. But yeah, it's got an animal heart print.
Yeah, it's unusual, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? It's only when you see it, because I'm looking at it really close, I can just see hearts. But when I'm looking at it on the screen like that, it moves in sort of waves, doesn't it?
Yeah, a bit of breeze on the skirt.
Yeah, that would be really nice. £3.99. This would look lovely with a red long sleeve top underneath. Can you imagine? Vibrant. Or you could be really sensible and have a black one. But I think red would look amazing.
Or a red cardigan.
Red cardigan.
A short sleeve cardigan. In the evening.
That would be amazing. Yeah, red. I've got a red cardigan. How about this one? Ooh. This is funky, isn't it? Look at that. This is a cotton viscose twill, so it's a bit heavier.
It is heavier, and again, for the shift dress, for the peplum, or for the shift top, absolutely perfect.
Oh, that's true. So it's 60% viscose, 40% cotton. Because it's twill, it's got a little bit more structure to it.
Yeah, that was some lovely wide leg trousers with the shift top or the peplum.
Oh, yes.
For the holiday.
Yeah, I mean,
even
jeans.
Your jeans, yeah. Yeah.
I love the brush strokes. It looks really cool, doesn't it? Good price, these fabrics, £4.99. We don't know what the width of this one is. I don't know. We'll get a tape measure. Get a tape measure and I'll measure it. I'll tell you in a moment. I haven't got a tape measure. Have you got a tape measure? Oh. We'll measure it in a moment and let you know. I think this is beautiful. It's really unusual. It's got lots of lovely colours. Right, next one. Which one should I like this navy one. Oh, sorry, I'll just get a tape measure. Thank you. And I'll measure it in a moment. Now, the fabric that Wendy's made both of her samples on is this lovely pink one. It's a double gauze, which means it's very breathable. It's what you should wear in hot weather, not T-shirt fabric that we normally wear.
Yes, it's an interesting fabric because it feels really light. Like when the parcel arrives, oh, that's really light. But it feels quite thick to handle, and yet it's such a light and breathable fabric. So it's
nice to sew with.
Yes, yes. What I would say with the binding, I tried to put the binding through my binding maker, and it didn't like it at all. I couldn't do that. So I thought I had to hand fold and press my binding.
Okay.
But what you could do is you could make your binding wider to make it easier, or you could just do a single fold binding and do it like you do on quilts to the back, rather than, so you just maybe just cut it a little bit wider. But that was just because it was just, sometimes it was just a little bit more difficult. And also on the shift dress, I did, if you turn it round for the button loop, I used the fabric, but it was quite bulky at the top, whereas on the dress, I used a little bit of ribbon just to see if it would make a difference.
So that's
and it was
a good
fine.
option,
So there's ways around it. Yeah, but really comfortable to wear.
I like double gauze because it's not see-through.
No, and it's
Clever, isn't it?
when you see it in the shops, some of the most amazing fabric patterns, designs and that. Yeah.
Because it's not see-through, but it's very light, isn't it? It's a beautiful fabric. It's really pretty. So that's $4.49 for half a metre. This one, so this is the same thing, double gauze, but in navy.
Yes,
and I like this.
It's not the same pattern, but it's
No, but it's
same,
lovely, isn't it? Again, you see, you could wear this for the in the autumn, couldn't you?
With a white T-shirt underneath.
Yeah, or mustard.
Or, yes,
would be really nice, wouldn't it? $4.49 for half a metre. It's a fabulous price. If only quilting weight fabric cost this. You just say with dressmaking fabric, you just get it's always wider and it's a great price as well.
Yeah, although not always. So like a lot of the Indian block print, they're like 112 wide. So that can be a little bit limiting.
So if you want to get the pattern, $16.99. We've taken £2 off the pattern. It's brand new today. Right, fewer than 20 left when everyone's checked out. Remember, you're getting 5 different patterns in here. It's perfect for beginners. Lots of extra online resources. It's going to take you through. It could be a sleeveless top. It could be a pinafore. It could be all sorts. It could be a short top, a peplum top, a tunic, a long dress, all depending on what you want it to be. Right, Wendy, let's do some demos.
Okay.
I know I've spent ages talking about fabric. I'm going to let you tell us how to make it.
Okay, so I'm going to be showing you how to do the back on the on all of the versions actually. If you cut the 2 pieces separately. So, but this is on the peplum top, so we might get round to showing you the ties as well. So, like Rebecca said, the peplum top, it does say with ties, but again, that's completely optional. You don't have to do that. So I've sewn my two backs and my front together. And what she says in the instructions, and what I always do anyway, is I stabilise my neckline, and also I've stabilised my armholes as well. Now you can do that 2 ways. You can either do some stay stitching, or you can use some strips of very, very lightweight interfacing cut on the...
Well, we've got some of that if you need...
Oh,
How
yes.
much do you need?
You don't need very much. You probably
half a metre,
don't even need a metre. You probably need more than... You definitely need more than... I'd say you need about 1.5 metres, actually, thinking about it.
OK, it's on the website, so it's
sizes.
sold by the half metre, so get yourself a couple of units.
But you can cut it yourself. You can cut it out of non-woven interfacing. You don't even have to worry about the bias, because obviously it's automatically stretchy.
Okay.
But the one that I use is the Vlisine one, and it's got that little the chain stitch on it, just to help to stabilise it a little bit more. So I've shown my shoulder seams together, I've pressed them open, and I've done the binding on one of the armholes just to show you how that works. It's quite neat and flat. Got the bust darts. Okay, just 2 bust darts at the front, and then I'm going to show you how to finish the back seam. So the first thing it says, you've got a little tailor's tack here. That's where the opening is going to go down to. And the first thing that you need to do is you need to overlock, or finish, if you haven't got an overlocker, zigzag the raw edge, and then we're going to press the raw edge, well, your finished edge over. Now it says by 1/4 inch, but because I've overlocked it, I'm just going to press it along the edge of the overlocking, and I know how wide my overlocking is, so I would just adjust that at the next step.
Okay.
So I'm just going to press that over on both sides.
So if you haven't got an overlocker, should you finish it?
You could finish it with either a zigzag.
Okay.
Or you could use a, you can have, there are stitches, I can't remember what they're called now. There are stitches on your machine that look
mine's
like
got like an overcast.
Overcast,
stitch.
that's the word, yes.
So something like that
Yeah.
on a zigzag.
Yeah, but it definitely needs to be finished. Oh, I feel a bit cack-handed doing it this way. So just fold that over. Like that. And then you need to edge stitch. So edge stitching, it doesn't matter where you do your edge stitching, it means exactly the same thing. So you're not going to see this on the outside, but you're going to do a line of stitching that basically makes sure that that doesn't move around. So I'm going to move my needle over to the centre of my presser foot, and I'm just going to use an ordinary stitch, and I'm going to do a reverse stitch at the top, so I'm going to do that on the other side as well, but you can see that I've stitched over where my overlocking is, so that's not going to go anywhere. Now I'm just going to do the other one very quickly. When you do your lock stitch at the top, because you're going to just put a 1/4 of an inch binding around there, you need to make sure that your stitches aren't showing too much, or otherwise it's going to look a bit unsightly. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew the back seam up to where my tailor's tack is. So that's like creating a normal seam, and then you finish it. And I suppose you could say, well, why don't you just overlock it and press it open? Well, it's just a bit neater, isn't it? It's just a bit nicer if it's all hidden.
Oh, I see. So you top stitch the whole turned over edge and then you seam it.
Yeah. So when I was at school a couple of years ago, and I did O-level needlework. That is how we didn't have overlockers, obviously, and you didn't really use zigzag on. You wouldn't have used zigzag on a polycotton, and so we used to have to fold over and tack, and then stitch all of the raw edges on a flat seam. How tedious. Yeah, that's what we used to have to do. That's what I had to do to get my O-level.
Wow.
And of course now, you wouldn't dream of doing that. You
No,
either
exactly.
overlock or you
Could you not just use pinking shears?
You could use pinking shears.
They let you do that?
Well, not then, no. But of course, even with pinking shears, something like a back seam like that, it
still might fray,
yeah.
mightn't it?
I mean, I would use pinking shears if I was trimming the inside of a collar or something like that. Right, so I'm going to sew this seam, but I'm only going to use a 1 centimetre seam allowance because I've already used up sort of about half a centimetre of my seam allowance anyway. So I'm going to do a little bit less than 1 centimetre. Which means I've then got my 1.5 centimetres. So Tilly's patterns are all 1.5 centimetres or 5/8. Yeah, and it surprises me how much it varies between different pattern companies. Sometimes it's half an inch, sometimes it's a centimetre, sometimes it's 1.5.
Yeah, and it's quite different.
You've really got to pay attention. Yeah. Okay. So I'm now going to just press that seam open. So press that open. At the back, and then you'll see it's really quite nice and neat.
Yeah, because of top stitching that seam over.
Yeah. So I'm going to continue pressing right up to the top of the neck, because obviously it's got to be finished evenly all the way up to the top. Like that.
That's it's such a neat way of doing it, though.
It is very neat, actually. Yeah, and it's quite sort of on the inside. It's quite
it looks
sort
nice,
of discreet. Yeah, yes, it is nice. So now I need to do some top stitching on the outside. Okay, and I am going to put a few pins in just to keep it in place. And I'll do my top stitching, because you want to create a nice little neat finish.
You've got that like perfectly pattern matched.
Do you know what? It's not bad, is it? Completely unintentional.
No way.
See, if I was
like, that's amazing.
If I was making this at home, I'd be really upset about that. I would have to pattern match, but that.
Would you? No, I'm like, did you intend to pattern match?
No, I didn't. I didn't. Not for the demo.
No, but it's really good.
Yeah, it's not bad. Not bad. But sometimes it's better to make it obvious that you haven't tried, rather than try and then it just be
It's
out,
like
and then it's
really
always
off.
in your eye. Then
Yeah,
you know you'll never unsee it. Right. So I'm going to top stitch or edge stitch, probably about 3 millimeters away from that raw edge, from my folded edge. And I've still got my tailor's tack in, so I can see how far I need to go. But you could always get a little pen, you could always get your friction pen, and you could just put a little bit of a mark to show where it is that you need to go down to. And then I'm going to it'll probably work out about 3 stitches across, because I want it to be even on both sides. I want it to be the same distance away from the folded edge.
Okay.
On the other side. So I'm going to start off on the down on the one that's on my left-hand side. So take me. Yeah, that's fine. So you can just move your needle up and down. Is that where I want it to be? And I'm also going to increase my stitch length very slightly, because it's going to be on the outside.
So what sort of stitch length?
That's a 3. Yeah. So this brother is a default's at 2.5.
Yeah.
I have brothers, so I'm used to that. But I think Janome, they default at 2.8 millimeters. So I would just increase it perhaps to 30.
Right.
It's on the outside. Yeah. And it just looks a bit nicer.
Yeah, I never know, you see, with quilting I'd know, but with dressmaking I'm never really sure. So about 3 for a top stitch.
Yeah. Or if you're using a much heavier thread, whether it's a top stitching thread, or I like to use the denim threads, because they're not as thick as the top stitching thread. I find top stitching thread just messes with my machine. So I might go to 3.5 or 3.2 or something, just because you don't want it to be too bunched up.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So down, little back stitch. So all the way down. And then when I get to the bottom, turn.
Yeah, and you're taking that really nice and slow as well. That's what I'd need to do.
Yes. Oh, yes. I love top stitching, and I love the effect that it creates, and I love to do the parallel top stitching on things. But you've got to. It's nothing wrong with knowing that you're not happy with it, or feeling that your eye is drawn to it all the time if it's a bit wonky. So definitely take your time. Now I'm just going to do 2 stitches across, because I can see that that's how many stitches I need to make it level. And then I'm going to go back up the other side, exactly the same distance from my folded edge. Okay. So there is very simply.
Oh, that's really lovely and neat and
It's
pleasing. That's really.
But it's pleasing. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily do it in a contrasting colour. I'd probably try and match it, but so that it can be seen. So there you've just got your line of stitch, and that's your back opening, and then you could just remove your tailor's tacks. And then the next step, and I've pinned it here because I knew I would lose it if I didn't pin it here, is the loop for the back opening.
Oh, okay.
So there is a pattern piece, which is not very big. I did actually just cut this from the binding, so I don't know whether it's how big it is in comparison to the pattern piece. But you just fold it over on both of the raw edges, well, actually, I think you fold it over to the middle first, and then press it, and then you open it up, and then you fold the raw edges into the middle, and it's cut on the bias, so obviously it's going to maintain its stretchiness.
Oh, okay. So why is that cut on the bias?
Because
it is? Or
yeah, I mean, I don't always cut them on the bias, actually, because I think they don't necessarily need to be. If you were doing a binding where you were actually binding, because another alternative, if you didn't want to do the seam down the back, is you can bind an opening, a raw edge opening. Right. And I think then it would be important to cut it on the bias because you want it to curve at the bottom. And you don't want it to be. You want it to move with how you want it to want the fabric to do. But I suppose it just means that it's always going to be a little bit more flexible, doesn't it, if it's cut on the bias?
Okay, no, I wondered for that why it was. So it doesn't have to be for that, but it's just for the binding in general.
The binding definitely needs to be on the bias, yes. Yeah, because in quilting, is it right that you don't always cut your binding on the bias?
Not if you're binding round a quilt.
Yeah.
It's straight.
Because it's straight, so yes. And if you're doing square mitered corners, yeah.
And actually, if you cut it on the bias, it's quite annoying because it keeps stretching.
Yes. Yeah, when you don't want it to stretch.
No,
yeah.
There are some things that you do, but yeah, mainly not because it's just annoying.
Yeah. Right, so what I'm going to do now, I've got my little button loop. I need to stitch it down. So I've got to position my needle carefully so that it doesn't all get tangled underneath my presser foot. So I'm putting my presser foot so that the folded edges, or the double folded edges, is in the middle of the presser foot. And then I'm going to position my needle so that I'm sewing close to the folded edges. So I'm going to do it about like that. And then I'm just going to quickly sew that down. I am going to do a quick back stitch at the end. Like that. Okay. Right, so that's going to become my button loop. So we're going to position it at the top. So you need to position it so that it's a 1/4 of an inch down from the top, because your binding, the seam allowance for your binding, is only going to be a 1/4 of an inch.
Okay.
So you're going to fold it like so, just to create a little bit of a loop, and you're going to position it a 1/4 of an inch down, and you're going to do it like so. Okay, and then, oh no, actually, I'm doing that, I'm telling you that wrong. You need to do it on the inside, because what happens is you're not actually folding the whole seam allowance down. You do it like that, so that when the binding comes down, it covers it over.
Okay,
yep.
And then it's right at the top.
And then so you would just tack that on with your machine, just do a little machine tack, which you can remove later when the binding is on. And then when you put your binding on and you fold it all over, and then it's covered, and then you would just pop your button
and it looks
there.
Really neat at the back.
It is, yeah.
Like,
yeah. I mean, that was a little bit bulky because, as I said,
yeah, but it's a lovely, matching, neat, lovely.
Yeah, and you can use it. You know, you can use a pattern that a button that complements your fabric.
Yeah, it's just a nice finish, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think that's lovely. Well, thank you so much, Wendy. That's brilliant.
All right.
Brilliant. Now, just a warning about the pattern. We have more people who've got this pattern in their baskets than we've got available. This is brand new to us today. It was only launched by Tilly on the at the end of June. So this is brand new to us today. We've taken a couple of pounds off. Bargain, £16.99. £16.99 you're getting a straight top, a peplum top, can't say that word, a peplum top, a tunic, a full-length dress, a tiered dress, a pinafore. It could be all sorts of things. It could be a summer dress, it could be an autumn dress. It's going to look amazing with either a long sleeve top underneath, a short sleeve top, a blouse with amazing sleeves. You could pop a cardi with it. It's a brilliant pattern for beginners. If you've always fancied having a go at dressmaking, you've got a bit of quilting fabric. You've done a bit of quilting anyway. You know, it's only sewing. I think a lot of us think, oh, I'm a dressmaker, I'm a quilter. You're a sewer.
Yep.
Aren't you? You're a sewer. Now, we've got all of the fabrics available by the half metre. We have bundled it. So if you're just like, oh, I don't know how much to get, just get a bundle. There's enough fabric in that to make the tiered dress, which is this one here, in the largest size. So you will have enough to make everything. If you want to be more specific and you just want to get fabric to make one of the tops, then on the back of the instructions, here is the size chart. This will tell you what you need. The fabric section on the top is 440 centimetre wide. Underneath, they've done the 115-45, which is basically your quilting weight fabric. So if you think, right, well, I want to make the shift top in a quilting weight fabric, even the largest size needs 1.5 meters. The smallest would be 1.1. So if you've got 1.5 meters of quilting weight fabric, you can make the top. Which is nice. It could be your entry into dressmaking. Colour block it. Have a different fabric for the front and the back. That always looks nice. Why not? You have all different ones. If you do the peplum top, if you've got quilting weight fabric or you've got other colours, do a different fabric for the peplum bit to the top bit as well. Do check out. We are extremely low in stock now. We have way more people who've got this in baskets. That price, if we've got any left, will go back up. That's our special today price. The fabric that Wendy was using in the demo, the gorgeous denim, I hope you're going to finish that and wear it.
I'm not really a peplum girl.
Are you not?
I might finish it and I take my handmade clothes that I don't wear. I take Staffordshire Women's Aid because they have like a...
I think they would love a peplum.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because I bet that's going to be gorgeous.
Yes, I think it will hang beautifully. And actually, I've got some left, because they sent me 4 metres, I've got some left over. I could actually just make another one from scratch.
You could, yes.
Yeah.
I love the peplum. I've got one and I think it's fabulous. It's just a really nice thing to wear. When your sort of stomach expands, you think, oh, it's only me that knows that. Because it's all under my... You know, when you've had your
dinner dress.
Yeah, when you've had your dinner, you think, oh, yeah. This is the fabric that Wendy was using. It's £5.49. For half metre. It's 175 centimetres wide.
That's brilliant.
100% cotton. It's really nice. It is a denim weave, as in it's different warp and weft threads, but it's not heavyweight.
No, not at all. And if you could make a little pair of shorts as well, or
the trousers.
Some trousers. Really trendy. That you co-ord.
I know, it's really in, isn't it?
Yeah.
Love that.
So on trend.
I know. Gorgeous. That was the fabric that Wendy was using. Which was the other one you wanted me to show? Yes, so this one that I measured is 150 centimetres wide. This is like a viscose poplin twill. So it's got a nice drape, but it's just got a bit more weight. But you see, I think I would make the tunic top with this. I'd have jeans on, and I think that would just like that.
Yeah.
That nice pop of colour, 150 centimetre width on that one. But it just gives it a really nice colour pop.
And it's got lots of different colours that you could bring out with some nice chunky jewellery.
Oh, that's true.
Oranges and reds and...
Or if you were putting a top underneath. I mean, that orange is fabulous, isn't it?
Yeah. Be seen, beware colour.
Yeah. Go colour. It's just sort of brightens, doesn't it?
Definitely.
I know we are all a bit guilty wearing black and navy, but brighten your life.
All the shops are full of black and navy, and it's just grey. It's
I've just got, before we finish, I've got, how about the Frida shirt? This is one of the other Tilly patterns. If you love Tilly in the buttons, you miss this. This is something that we've done in the past. This is the Frida shirt. So if we've whetted your appetite for dressmaking and you fancy making a shirt, £18.50. Again, this is, you've got a long sleeve shirt, you've got a short sleeve shirt there. You can do different, you can have it cropped, you can have it hip length. So as with all of Tilly's patterns, there's lots of choice there of different things to do. The last thing I want to show you before we go is Tilly's book. So if you are new to dressmaking, maybe you've bought the gorgeous Leah dress and you want some extra information, learn to sew. This has got everything in it.
Yeah.
So all the things that you've been talking about.
Definitely.
Understitching, top stitching, edge stitching.
It's a nice compact little book, and if, you know, I haven't actually looked at it in the flesh, but if her patterns on her website or anything to go by, it'll be a very good book.
Well, also I think if if you've got a pattern and it says French seams, well, it takes you through step by step how to do them. It's quite a nice gift for somebody. If you know somebody who wants to get into dressmaking, this is nice. I mean, to really go through invisible zips like that in detail. Normally in a pattern it'll say gather. It won't give you 2 pages of information. It's quite a nice little book, actually.
And sometimes it's nice to watch a video. Sometimes it's nice to have a book. Sometimes it's nice to have both, because the video can go quite quickly.
I know. I have to say I'm more of a read it, and then if I don't understand it, I'll watch the video. But then I want to read it, because I think, I've forgotten what it said now. But it goes through everything, right from the beginning, even to laying out your fabric and prepping your patterns and everything, and what all the different fabrics are. Anyone who has not done dressmaking and wants to try, treat them to that, or treat yourself. Thank you, Wendy. That was brilliant. So you're going to be back in an hour and a half.
Yes.
Jacket.
Yes.
It's amazing. You've made a gorgeous jacket. I absolutely love it. It's brilliant. It's my favourite jacket pattern, the Friday Pattern Company, the Ilford jacket. And you're going to show us how to make it.
I'll show you a few bits and pieces.
Yeah.
And you're going to be modelling it, are you?
I am definitely going to model it. It's a gorgeous pattern. I absolutely love it. A lovely fabric. We're going to go for a quick break. I will be back with you in a few minutes. I've got an hour and a half, actually. It's the block of the month. It's August, so it's the sunflower block. And in the demo, I'm going to show you how to quilt it. I've showed you all the piecing on the other block. So if you've never quilted a block and you haven't layered it, I've got my spray. I'm all ready to go. I'm going to show you how I do it. So I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
The winner of this year's Search for a Star is...
It's Search for a Star here on Sewing Street. Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and win the opportunity to become a regular guest on the show, giving you the chance to share your sewing wisdom with our viewers live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape up to 3 minutes, introducing yourself, and either demonstrate showing parts of a sewing project or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique.
Hi everyone, my name is Amber and I'm from Bedford.
Remember to introduce yourself speaking to the camera in your video. Send your videos to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of Search for a Sewing Star using wetransfer.com. Please make sure that the download link is valid for longer than 1 day, as the competition email address is not always monitored over the weekend. The closing date for sending in all of your video entries is Monday the 7th of September. We can't wait to meet you all. Good luck!
Join us in store for the Crafter's Companion in Evesham. You'll be able to shop dedicated collections from SewingStreet, Jewellery Maker and selected brands featured across Hobby Maker, all under one roof. Why not make a day of it? With a coffee shop on site, you can relax, browse and enjoy everything the store has to offer, and incredible prices on the products you love. Whether you love sewing, jewellery making or papercraft, there's something waiting for you at Crafter's Companion Evesham. We can't wait to see you there.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search SewingStreet. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at SewingStreet, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search SewingStreet.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the SewingStreet website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with SewingStreet.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. SewingStreet, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on SewingStreet as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to SewingStreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the SewingStreet app. Head over to your app store now and search SewingStreet and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with SewingStreet. Not only is SewingStreet live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the SewingStreet app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with SewingStreet.
Keep up to date with what's on SewingStreet as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to SewingStreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The SewingStreet gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the SewingStreet website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The SewingStreet gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1p&p each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on Sewing Street.
Guess who's coming in with me on Thursday? Only Barbara Gray from Clarity. I know. We're doing these felt things to go on the wall. I'm really excited. She's in for 2 hours, 8 till 10. Join us this Thursday.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Oh, sorry for the long break. I had to set up my machine, find a cutting mat, and lots and lots of products. So anyway, I'm sorted now, I'm sorted. So let me just get out from my block keeper. This month's block, I'll put that away, because it's important to keep everything nice and flat, so it all lives in there. Right. So this month's block is the sunflower. So this time you get all the fabric to make the sunflower motif, and then you get all the fabric to make sunflower bloom. So if you want to, if you've been collecting these, you obviously will get this because this is the August one. If you haven't collected them, let me explain to you what the quilt is. So every month you will have all of the fabric. You'll have a printed fabric panel. You'll have cream, rose and hubble 1/2 metre for the background section. And you'll have full instructions with a video tutorial to make your 2 blocks. So we started off in March with daffodils, and we did 2 blocks. And then we had April that was tulips, and then May was daisies, June was roses, July was water lilies, and August is sunflowers. So I designed all of the blocks, gave them all to Amy, and she created all the amazing fabrics. So all the fabrics are in a colour tone and style, so they go together. But they're obviously the right colours. So, and they're not spaced in order either, because otherwise the colour balance would be wrong. So you'll find them, for example, there's the sunflowers. That's the one that we're doing this month. But then the other sunflowers right at the bottom, you can't see that one. So the way it works basically is that you have, each month you get 2 versions of one flower. Some of them are in pots, like these, like the snowdrops, the roses, the tulips and the daffodils. Then you get the full flower, which I've called the blooms, and they're all sort of spaced so it all hangs together. Now, I designed this quilt specifically because when we did the last block of the month, a lot of you said, can I do that as quilt as you go? And well, you can do any quilt as you go if it's in blocks, but it's knowing how to do that, and there are various methods. So I designed this specifically so it could be done as quilt as you go, because as you can see, I've quilted with mine every block as I've gone along. I've trimmed mine a little bigger. When I come to sew it together, I'll trim along the edge, but I knew I was going to store them for like a few months or a year, so that's why I've trimmed them bigger. But you can see on the back, that I have quilted them as I've gone along so that when I get to the end, I can join it together. At the end of the quilt, there will be a set of instructions available that will explain how to join it all together, do it in the normal way, so you can have it, you can quilt it yourself, you can send it off to be long arm quilt. This is done as a whole quilt. But I'm also going to give you a set of instructions of how to do it, put it together using the quilt as you go method. And I just think that makes it a little bit more accessible for people who don't want to do long arm, like to do their own quilting, find something this size because it's a big quilt intimidating. So that's why we've done it that way. For some people, they've just bought 1 month. Maybe you love sunflowers. These blocks are 16 and a half inches, so 16 inches once you've sewn them to something. Maybe you just love sunflowers, or you've got a friend with an August birthday and sunflower is one of the August flower of the months. You could make them cushions, you could make them a bag. You know, wouldn't they be lovely? Some people have bought extra of 1 block because they want to put cushions on their bed to go with their quilt, because you can make the 2 blocks. So you might just think, well, I'm just going to make those. I mean, you could, the good thing about it is in the instructions, I give you all the measurements. So when you get the panel, so with this kit, you will get the full instructions. You get 1/2 metre of cream. All of the kits have 1/2 metre of cream, so that the background fabric all hangs together. Then you get this big printed panel. And now the fabrics are printed, so they've got the numbers above them. Fabric 1, there's the fabric 2, so they're all printed. You've also got things like the applique pieces. So, for example, this motif, the sunflower motif block, has got the circular bottoms. These are printed here. You've got the centres of the sunflowers printed here. But all the fabrics you need are there. So, like, that's the centre of the So you've got things like the printed centre for the sunflowers are here. So in the instructions, I've given you all the measurements. So if you buy this block and you think, I love that, I'm going to make it to go in my quilt, but I'd like to make some more, you just follow all the measurements in the instructions. So in the instructions, the way that we've done it this time, it tells you exactly what size you need to cut each piece. So you can easily do that and make more of them. With the diagrams are all coloured in by Amy using the same fabrics, which makes it so much easier to do. So when you've got to make a half square triangle using piece A and piece B, you've also got a picture in the right colours. And then she's put in diagrams of each section that you do one at a time. So it does make it a lot easier. So when you're making the bloom block, it's all broken down. So it really is hand-holding. If you need templates, which for this one you need one for the centre of the motif block, there is a template. Full block diagrams at the end. And inside there is a QR code, which you scan, take a photo with your phone. And that will take you through to the Amber Makes website for the full tutorial. Or if you want to watch it while you're waiting for your kit to arrive, so you want to get... have a look through. If you go onto the Amber Makes website, onto the tutorial section, it's on there and it was put on there this morning, so you can watch it. So there's the whole panel, and that will make both of these sunflower blocks. If you've only just joined and you think, oh, I'd like to go back to the beginning, we do have all of the other blocks. If you go onto the website, SewingStreet.com, and click on Watch Live, all of the other blocks are there, and they are named they're named with the name of the block, but also I've numbered them, so it'll say part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. So we are now, this is month 6, so we've got to halfway point with it. Oh, it just loads. Now, all of the blocks have got this, exactly this same blueprint fabric round the edge of them. So if you look at the quilt, it makes it look, this is my sort of cheat, so it looks a bit like sashing, because it's round the edge of every single block. So when you make your block, you can see it's round the edge of each one, and it's the same for all of them. The sashing between here, this is the bit when you do your quilt as you go, or if you're doing it as a whole quilt, this duck egg blue is what's in between them. Now, I've used the same backing fabric for each of my blocks, only because when I then quilt as you go it, I want all the backing to be the same. You don't have to do that. You can have it multicoloured. It's the back of your quilt. It's up to you. If you want to do that, we have got the duck egg available to buy separately. You will need to buy, to back all the blocks, 3.5 metres, because you need half a metre per month, because you need, across half a metre, you'll get 2 out. So if you get 3.5 metres, that's enough to back it. Obviously, you are going to need more for the sashing. I haven't included that in this because you might want to choose a different colour. You might want to buy that separately. So it's up to you. Now, on the website, the picture of the duck egg fabric looks really odd. Don't know why. It is this lovely duck egg blue colour. You don't have to use this for all of the back, but I just found it just helped it to hang it all together. And it is worth, because what I did is I got my 3.5 metres, I got my wadding right at the beginning, so every month I cut off my half a metre, I do it, and I've got it. It just means it will all go together. You will need more for the sashing afterwards, and I haven't included it in that 3.5 metre quantity, only because I know there's a lot of you messaging and saying, oh, can I use a different colour? Well, yeah, you could, you know, any of the pastel colours would look nice with it. Basically, it's going to go between this blueprint. So a pink or a green, depending on what colour you want to show up. I've used that darker blue, the duck egg, because I find it frames it, but you can use any colour. But for the quilt as you go, you will need 3.5 metres of the duck egg. We always have it available on the website, but if you want to get it all in one go, it is worth it. So whether you want to collect and make the whole quilt, maybe you've never made a quilt before, this is a really good way to learn lots of quilting stuff. Every month is something, sometimes I repeat the same thing, sometimes a little bit different, because I video the whole section. You might be learning how to make 4 half-square triangles. You might be doing snowballing corners. There's a little bit of applique involved, because this is how, because originally I wanted to do one of those traditional applique quilts, but I thought, no, we'll do a bit of each. So the stems and the centres are appliqued on. I've used Bondweb just because it's simply, you stick it on, you sew it on. Like the centre of here, in order to get that centre look for the sunflower, those are appliqued on, but mainly it's piece. So you're going to learn a lot of techniques. You're going to learn how to cut fabric into strips, how to subcut, how to make half-square triangles. There's so many different elements. By the time you get to the end of this, you are going to be an expert in all lovely things quilting. So now, we're going to do a quilting demo as well. So I use 70-30 wadding in mine, only because I got it once. Let me just get this wadding for you. GX. So this 70-30 is lovely because it's 70% cotton, 30% polyester. So it's got the softness and the breathability of the cotton and the strength of the polyester. It's an eco one. So it's really good for the environment. It's also, if you're an 80-20 person, it's recycled as well. So it's really good. It's the polyester and the cotton is recycled. It's got a slightly higher loft than the 80-20. I find that, because what I do when I quilt is I don't wash my fabrics, I don't wash my back, I don't wash anything. I quilt the whole thing, and when it's finished and it's bound, I put it in the washing machine. It then, with the 80-20 or the 70-30, it'll just shrink just a tad, but it'll give it that nice sort of like wrinkled antique-y feel. But I find with the 70-30, it has that same shrinkage as the 80-20, but it's a slightly higher loft. So that's my preferred wadding. So this one here is 228 centimetres wide. So per block, you'll need to get yourself half a metre. just ½ metre, and that will cover you per block. And make sure that you get the same amount. And it's on two-way split pay, strangely. Don't know why. It's on two-way split pay. Yeah, I would take advantage of that. Do use the same wadding throughout. I did have it worked out on the wider one. We haven't got the wider one at the moment. It's about 2 metres you need for the whole thing because of how many blocks you can get across. Basically, you need a 20-inch square for each block. Now, all the other months are available. So there's March, April, May, June, and July. And we have labelled them as part 1, part 2, part 3, and so on, so that you can see which is which. You'll see them all in the quilt. Each one of them. I mean, I've got them all here, and I will show. They're all in my block keeper, so I'll show you in a bit all of the different blocks. And I am going to show you how to do the quilting, because only because I thought, well, do you know what? We're halfway. I've done lots of sewing. I'm going to show you how to do the quilting. Now, I've brought you another thing today, because what we do every 3 months is we have a charm square, because we decided rather than doing charm squares for each month, we would do them every 3 months, because otherwise there'd be 12 sets. So you can buy these for March, April, May flowers, and June, July, and August flowers. So if I show you the latest one, which is the June, July, and August, this is the charm square panel. On it, there are 40 charm squares, and they feature both of the blocks, but in miniature, in a 5-inch square. So, for example, this one has got rose motif, rose bowl, and then what Amy has done is given you squares of some of the prints that are used. Then we've got the water lily. So this was the July flower. So you've got the bloom and you've got the motif. So this is brilliant because they're miniature versions. If you wanted to make yourself a miniature quilt at the end, if you buy all of the charm square blocks, we've released 2 so far because we're on number 6, you can make a miniature version of the big one. Or you can use them for other projects. They're really good for making cushions and bags, and I'll show you in a moment because I've made a bag from mine. And then you have the sunflowers. So I know loads of you have bought these just because they're in miniature. At the end, because it's not all divisible by 3, you've got 4 whole flowers. But they're just smaller versions, so if you want to make a little version, you can leave them like they are and just quilt between them. You can cut them in sections because that's obviously August. That one's July, and then that one is June. So that's the charm square. That is available. I'll give you the code for that in a moment. But what I've done is, using that one charm square panel, I've made a bag called the market bag. So I've got the big blocks, the sort of bloom and the bowl blocks on the front, and then on the back, I've put the motif blocks. I've used the duck egg for the sashing. The fabric strips, the ones that I showed you where they were just the fabric, I used those for the handle. Inside, actually I'll turn it inside out, you can see better. Inside, I've used raspberry Rose and Hubble fabric for the lining, but you use 4 blocks for one pocket, and then you just can put a popper on, and then 4 blocks. So I've done that one with the water lily, and then that one I did with the rose. So you've got 4 for that. It's got a nice box bottom. Now this set of instructions you can use for any charm squares that you own. I just wanted to show you what it looked like in this one. So this would be a really nice bag to use as you're going along. This is the set of instruction market bag, £9.99. Obviously there is a full video tutorial for this. There's a QR code in there that links to it, lots of pictures of exactly how to do it, and you can follow on. So whether you want to make this one, or whether you're thinking, oh, I've got loads of charm squares, never know what to do with them, it uses just simple sashing, which you use a plain fabric for. So you need ½ metre of fabric for the sashing, and you need 1 metre for the lining, I think. Gosh, I made this the other day now and I can't remember. Yes, you do. 20 plain fabric for the borders, 16 by 44 lining fabric. Yes, so you'll need 1 metre for the lining. because it's used for lining the straps, and 1/2 metre. Now you can use any fabric you want for that. I just used, I used this duck egg. I was going to use misty blue, but then I decided actually the duck egg looks quite nice. But or you buy or get the instructions and use them for any charm squares, because you know what it's like, we have these charm squares, and then what we can actually do with it, and I've worked it out, so you just cut them all, got your 5-inch squares, you cut all your sashing, and then it's got nice long straps as well. So that's, I mean, look, quite nice with the quilt, isn't it? It's all matching. Super nice with the quilt. So I'm going to be using that for shopping. It's called the market bag because it's got a nice long strap and it's got a nice deep box bottom. Now, what with this one, because I've got some wool wadding, you don't have to put wadding in it, but I wanted to give it some structure. And I've got some wool wadding at home and I haven't used it yet, so I thought I'm going to have a go with it in the bag. Oh, it was so nice. It's got a higher loft than your cotton wadding, but it's really nice. Nice to sew through, but for a bag like this, it gives it real structure. You will need, I think it's just 1/2 metre for the wadding. Yes, so if you want to put wadding in it, you can use H640, so you can use fusible. But if you've never used wool wadding and you don't want to commit to do it on a quilt, on a bag, can you see it's got real nice, it's nice structure. It's nice and squishy still, but honestly, it's ideal. It's a really good opportunity to have a go of a different wadding that you haven't used before. Have we got the wool wadding code? And then I'll do the charm square. Have a go with it. I mean, you could use the wool wadding for the whole quilt if you wanted to. I'll know which one it is. No, I know which one it is. This is the wool wadding. So I had some a while ago I was given, and I've never used it. So that's it. My next quilt, I'm going to put wool wadding in. I mean, it's warmer and cooler than cotton wadding. It's really good if you've got allergies. It's perfect for that. I mean, that's why it's costs a little bit more, but for 100% wool, I think it's amazing. So I'm going to do my next quilt in it. But it is really good for allergies because I think it doesn't hold the dust. So if you have children with allergies, I know like with my son, he has a wool duvet and wool pillows because has asthma. It's brilliant for that. But it's really warm, it's really cool, but it's got just it's slightly squishier. So if you don't want to commit to doing it for a whole quilt, have a go at using it for a bag. It's obviously not fusible, but I just used a 505 spray to stick it on, or you can just pin it on. So that's the wool wadding, but you could use it for the whole quilt. If you want to get the charm squares, this one, which is this charm pack 2, so this is blocks 4 to 6. So that was June, July, August. Rose, water lily, and sunflower. If you've got any wadding questions at all, just let me know, because I'm working my way through all my waddings now, because I just want to see what they all do. What I want to do is have a go of washing that wool wadding and see what happens, how much it shrinks. I know it'll wash fine, just how it shrinks in comparison. So that's the one that I used to make the bag. Obviously, I know a lot of you have been collecting them. So this is blocks. So next month, when I do the next block of the month, the next charm square block will come out. So that will be blocks 7, 8, and 9. If you want the first set, so this is blocks 1 to 3, which was the daffodil. So you get the daffodil in the bowl, you get the daffodil. Oh, you also get gift tags because there was a space down the side. So Amy put gift tags on. And you get a little row of daffodils and tulips along the top. And these are very nice little bag handles, or the top of a facing on something. If you made a bag with these, I would cut one of those and have them the facing on the lining, because it's quite a long length. And I quite like putting, I didn't with this one, but wouldn't it look nice if you had that row as a facing on there? Be really cute. Just sort of finish it off quite nicely, doesn't it? And then you've got the tulips. So tulips in the bowl, tulip motif, the fabrics that are used. And then you've got the daisy, which is this one. And then on the end you've got, because we had to fill that one in, you've got some tulips and daisies. So that's the charm square blocks 1, 2, 3. Like 1, 2, and 3. So if you haven't, if you are collecting it and you want this month's block, let me just find it for you. there we go. So it's sunflower. You get the motif, and this is the motif, that's bloom, because you either get motif where you get, this is what the traditional applique blocks were, where you get 4 corners sort of symmetrical, and that's a motif, and you get the full bloom, but some of them are bowls, because they're the ones that are in the centre. When we get to the very end, there will be a block provided that's the centre, because obviously there's 25 blocks in this quilt, which sadly is not divisible by 12. So you get 2 blocks a month, so that's 24. And then this central one, which is an applique block, will give you that one at the end on a panel, including the applique floral border. And the binding is the pre-printed scrappy binding that has all of the prints used in the quilt. So when you've finished it, it's going to be a floral thing of beauty that you can do as you go along. So that's the August one. Remember, you get the full panel. You get 1/2 metre of cream, Rose and Hubble cream fabric, and you get that every month. And you never need a whole 1/2 metre. So you'll have, I know a lot of people said, because if you then use what you've left over from the previous month, if you keep going, you'll end up with extra. But it's also quite nice to have it. And you know as well that everything is going to go together really beautifully because you've got the same background fabric. And if you've just joined, I know one of the questions that a lot of people said to me was, what if I join and then you run out? Because we print the panels and we can always get the Rose and Hubble cream, we don't run out. We print what you need. So even if you're just joining today, you will still get them. But if you just want one of the blocks because you think, well, I'm just going to make 2 sunflower cushions, then you can. Right. Let's do a bit of demo because I keep promising to... And I decided this month, because a lot of the techniques that are in this month are in the others. And also, because I do a full video tutorial, then what I'll show you here as far as demoing the blocks is nothing like what you're going to get on the video. And I film every single process and talk you through it. So this time I'm going to talk about quilting. Now, there are various ways of quilting. This is my way, and I'm a bit of a perfectionist when it comes to quilting blocks because I want them to be the right size. You might do it in a different way, but I'm just going to show you the way that I do it to get it right. So what you start off with, you've got a square of background fabric. Well, it's more of a rectangle, this one, just because I cut 1/2 metre and then I cut my 1/2 metre in half. So you've got your background fabric, you've got your wadding. I always cut my wadding just a tad smaller and then I can make sure it's right in the middle. It needs to be, now if you're doing a quilt, a big quilt, your wadding needs to be 4 inches minimum bigger all round because you're working with a lot of fabric. Everything starts moving and you have to, if you've got it exactly the right size, you'll never get it to add up. When you're only doing something this size, then it doesn't need to be so much bigger. So in the instructions, I do tell you that you will need just saying exactly what I said. Yeah, 19 by 38 inches, which basically means it's 1/2 metre. And then you just double. So because 1/2 metre is 19 3/4 inches, I've said 19 by 38. So 1/2 metre fabric's enough. Now, I'm going to do it using next month's, which is the September. I'm going to use this one because I've already made it. And all the skills are relevant to all of them. So basically, you can see my background fabric's a bit bigger. In the instructions, it says to cut these the same size, but I've cut mine just a bit wider, only because of I've cut it across the full width of the fabric, which is wider than your 38 inches of 2. So that's a bit bigger. And so I can see my layers now. Now, what I would do is, if I was at home, I would iron that to start with because I want it to be really, because I'm a little bit fussy when it comes to quilting. Sorry, I'm underneath the desk. Sorry. I'm a bit fussy when it comes to quilting because I want everything to line up exactly. So I would definitely press this to start with because I've had this folded up. And if I've got best press around, I'd give it a little best press. So I'm just going to iron that because I really want it to be nice and flat. Now, the next thing I need to do is I need the wadding. My wadding of choice, I've got 70-30 here. Actually, do you know what? I'm just looking at that. I think that one's actually 80-20. And I can only tell that because of, you can use whatever, you just use it consistently. I know that's 80-20 because it doesn't have the same fibres in it. So I'm a bit of I like spray on one way. Now you will all quilt differently, and I cannot say this often enough. The way that I'm doing it is not necessarily the way, this is just the way I do it. So if you do it slightly differently, it doesn't matter. Some people don't like using spray, some people prefer to tack, some people prefer to pin. This is the way after quilting many, many things that I find the easiest. So I'm going to stick my wadding to my background fabric. Now I have, because this spray is going to go onto around the edges. So I have a dedicated sticky cutting mat that I keep under the sofa. It's all covered in dust. And it just means that I don't need to put something down because my mat is sticky. If you don't have that, then just put something like a sheet down or some newspaper around the edge, because the spray will go around the edges. Give it a good shake and then spray it. You spray it about 10 inches away. Make sure you get plenty of spray around the edge. This is I've got the 500 can here. You can buy 250 cans. You can buy 500 cans. It's better value to buy 500. Now I'm going to put my backing. It won't, I mean, this spray, it's glue, obviously. It's repositionable. You can put it under your sewing machine. It's absolutely fine. But the great thing is, you see like where I've done that, it's got a wrinkle in it. All I've got to do is pull it back. And then stick it back down. If you're doing a whole quilt, if you're quilting a whole quilt, you're doing it in exactly the same way. So you can just flatten it all down if you find that it's come out. And that's what I love about it. It can go under your machine. It won't gum it up. And also, when you wash it, it will go away. So that's now beautifully stuck. Because I'm quite fussy about it being absolutely perfect, I also press it at this stage. Because then I know that it's really straight. So if you are doing a whole quilt, then do it in the same way. And because you're going to have to do this 25 times, you're going to get really good at quilting by the end. And you see, that's kind of like, that's manageable size. If you do get your cutting mat sticky and you can give it a little wash, just pop it in the bath or just put it on your work surface or something, just give it a little wipe over and it will come off. Now, what I do next, now this is where it is, I'm going to use that as an ironing board to just press this. You wouldn't normally do this on here. It's just because it's got creased in transit. Normally, your finished block. So this is September, in case you wondered. This is the aster, but I didn't want to make another whole sunflower. So what I do in the video tutorial, I obviously explain exactly how to make the block. And at the end, I don't talk through this quilting method because I will put that in the end, but I just show you my quilted one and show you where I've quilted so you can see how I've done it. The final one will have the full breakdown, but which is why I thought I'd give you a tutorial now. So now, because I am really fussy about, most people now will just put their block on top and stick it into place using the glue or pin it into place. But I've made blocks before where they go slightly skewy or they're not absolutely perfect. So this is how, if you're a little bit fussy about such things, let's make sure that's a decent pen, you can make sure your block is perfect. And this is how to do it. It does take longer, but you know it's going to be perfectly square. So I can see that it's a little bit bigger, like about an inch. So what I'm going to do is just over an inch. I can see it's a bit bigger. I'm going to draw a straight line. I use this method when I quilt whole quilts as well because I want it to be straight. I know most people just smooth it out, but I want mine to be perfect. And sometimes if my seam allowance isn't quite perfect and it's not exactly the right size, because this should be 16.5 inch square, this is where you can adjust it. So I've drawn one line, and because my finished block is 16.5 inches square, I'm going to draw another line. So if you put the 16.5 inch line on that one line and then mark it at the top and the bottom, you can then join those together, and now you know that that's 16.5 inches. I'm going to do the other side of the square. So to make sure that it's exact right angles, if you line up the horizontal line on your ruler with the line you've just drawn, it will join there. I'm going to move that in because I know that this is bigger, and because I have trimmed all my blocks to, let me show you from here, I've trimmed them all to 1 inch bigger just because it keeps it a bit more stable in storage. If you are quilting as you go and then quilting straight away, you would cut them level with here, but I've given myself a bit of extra allowance. So that's why I want at least 1 inch there. And then draw that line. Friction pen, absolutely fine, but you could use a pencil. These lines are irrelevant. It doesn't matter. As long as you don't use something like a biro that will come through or something that will bleed, because this line is going to be on the edge of your quilt, but it doesn't have to be a friction pen. Remember, it's 16.5 inches square, so line up the 16.5 mark. And again, and then you know that that's a perfect square. So if you have a different method doing this, or you think this is a bit much that I'm drawing lines on my thing, then that's absolutely fine. You can do it whichever way you want. It's just I know I'm going to get the perfect block now. So now, and honestly, when I'm doing a full quilt, I do the exact same thing. I know I have to keep moving all around my table, and I'm measuring it out. So maybe my quilt's like 84 inches, and I have to keep measuring and marking. But it is the way to get it absolutely straight. Then what you do, and depending on the block you've done, you might have to pull it a bit more or a bit less, is put it in the corner and put a pin at the top. Go through all 3 layers and a pin at the bottom, well, in the corner. Then go over to the next corner. I tend to do them as diagonal corners. I know it's pulling that up, but I'll stretch it back in a minute. This is a particularly good method if you've done a quilt that's got lots of strips, because sometimes strips can go a bit wibbly on the edges. Don't worry at this stage if it looks like you're, pulling that, because we'll sort that out in a minute. What's important is the corners to start with, and then for the final corner, I'm just going to turn it around. And this is the great thing about quilting a block like this. If you're doing a whole quilt, you can't just turn it round. You have to keep walking around the table. But with this, you can just move it round. So that's the corners done. And now I'm going to do the edges. It's like a jigsaw, isn't it? So I'm going to that will now just pull into shape. And just make sure that the edge of the fabric lines up with that edge. The first side is really easy to do. And pin it together around the sides. If you're doing quilting, and you've got, if you're doing a bigger quilt and you've got a backing fabric that's got a particular pattern or a stripe where you want the backing fabric to be perfect, then this method means everything will be really straight. For a lot of quilts, you can just smooth them out. When you've done one side, turn it round and do the opposite side. So now when you look at it, you think, oh, well, that's not meat in there now. Well, that's fine, because you can just pull it. You just smooth it along. And then pin it in the centre first and smooth it along. I mean, this fits actually quite nicely. Sometimes I've found, just because maybe if you've steam pressed your block, that can shrink it a little bit or distort it, or if you've used water on it. The graphics that are on the screen at the moment, that code is for the August block, which is the one. This is September, which you won't get yet. You won't get until next September, just to confuse you. It's the same technique. I just didn't want to make an extra August block, and I thought, well, I'm going to show you. And then you can see what the Aster looks like. So because he's ready for next month now. For years, I've pinned and tacked quilts together, and for the first time this week, I tried the spray. Jessica, honestly, I'm the same. How did it go, Jessica? I was the same. What I used to do is I used to tack, hate tacking. Then I discovered the spray. Because of the method that I do here with the pinning, the spray doesn't really work. I have to be honest with the front. Always do the back. But when you do the spray, when you're doing this pinning, I found it really hard. I kept having to reposition and reposition. So with this method, I just pin. I don't even tack. But on the back, I always put spray. If I'm making a big quilt and I'm not so fussed about having perfect right angle corners, I'll just spray the front. But I don't do any tacking. Tacking a quilt is just so time consuming. So with this one now, I'm just lining it up. If you find that it bunches up a bit in the corner, if you just pull it, it goes back into shape again. Because, you know, the fabric is the right size. You've cut all those borders the right size. It's just what's happening with quilting is that the seams, particularly if you've got a lot of them, pull it in. And what I'm doing here is pulling it back into shape. So it's a bit like, in a way, blocking. If you've ever, if you do knitting or crochet, when you've like knitted maybe a granny square or crocheted a granny square, you have to pull it back into the shape. And basically that's what I'm doing with this. I'm pulling it back into shape. So you can see here, and if you've done quilted your blocks, you'll know this. It looks sort of slightly distorted, but I can just pull it back, make sure that lines up on the edge. And mostly it doesn't take too much, but this is where I put all of my pins, because this is the important bit. So it's quite nice having a bit of extra time. We don't often get the opportunity to show you quilting, because it's a bit of a process, isn't it? So now look, my block now fits exactly perfectly. If you find that it's still getting pulled in, just give it a stretch and pull it back into shape and do that, and that will pull everything nicely. On the other hand, this one's actually quite nice. With some of them, I've like, well, I don't know what I've done, but they're a bit baggy. I mean, to be honest, this looks bigger. It's all to do with the pressing with the steam or the water. It really distorts the fabric, but I always press my blocks when I've finished them. As long as you've used, I mean, it might be that your seam allowance is out a bit, because there's quite a lot of seam allowances, that pulls it in. If you find it's a little bit too big, spray it with water, use a nice fine spray if you've got a mister, and then pat it. And I found, what was I quilting something the other day, and it was so much bigger. I mean, obviously if it's loads and loads bigger, you've really gone wrong, but if it's just a bit baggy, give it a spritz with water, don't iron it, but just pat it into place, then you can put an iron over. So at this stage, if you want to, because this is now in exactly where I want it to be, because it's all around the edge, you can, don't iron it, but just press it, and that holds everything together. Be careful with the wadding. Irons don't really like wadding very much, depending on what you're using, but particularly if it's a polyester wadding. I even find with this 80-20 wadding, it will stick. You could always just put another piece of fabric on top if you want, but by doing that, particularly if you've had to pat it into place, that now fits perfectly. And the other thing is it means I've got everything straight. So to hold it all together, because obviously I can't use, I have tried to do this method with the glue, but you can't then adjust it. So what I do then is I just pin it together in places. I have a little think about where I'm going to do my quilting and try beforehand and try and put the pins where I'm not going to do the quilting, just so I don't have to take them out. So I would say your pins need to be spaced 2 to 3 inches apart. They don't, just not more than that. If you've got them like 4 inches, particularly for something like this, then things can start moving. Try and place them, like I said, where you're not going to do the quilting, but don't worry too much about that. If you work a line of quilting, just take them out as you go along. So if I'm doing this process for a big quilt, then I probably will space them about 4 inches apart, but not a lot more, just because things start shifting. The other tip is fine with this, these pins aren't going to come out because you're doing one square. If you are using this method for a bigger quilt, then I would put your pins in and push them all the way through to the ends, because if you push them right through to the end, they're less likely to fall out. They still do, but it just helps to keep things in place. You could, if you wanted to, particularly with something like this, you could tack it. I just don't really like tacking. It takes ages. And also, the problem with tacking is you've got to keep lifting it up and down, even if you've got the curved needles. So I'm a bit of a sticker on the backing and pinner. But as I said right at the beginning of this, there is no right and wrong way. Carol says, I'm thrilled you're doing this demo, Rebecca. I still haven't quilted last year's block of the months and I want to do quilts. You go, well, just do it. Carol, give it a go. Start off with one. And honestly, use if you've never done it, use this method. Bex, what a fab technique. Thanks for showing us. Well, actually, honestly, I made it up. So I'm not saying I did. No, I've not made it. I haven't made up the sticking. This is just because I'm quite a perfectionist when it comes to my blocks and my quilts. And you don't have to use this method. And I will show you how to, I will explain this in the instructions. It's just because, particularly with a block where you can draw it on, I'm quite fussy. As I said, I don't like tacking, so this is why I pin it. I do find that when I'm doing a big quilt like this, I have pins all over the place and have to go around with my magnetic pin cushion because they fall out. But do push your pin all the way through, they're less likely to come out. So put as many as you fancy putting in, but that's all held together. So if we look at the back of that now, it's nice and flat and straight and lovely because I stuck it and I pressed it. On the front, I know that that's exactly in the right place. Now I can start quilting it. And they always say, don't they, quilt from the centre out. But actually, to be fair, you don't have to with this because you know it's all anchored. I still do tend to quilt from the centre out, to be honest. So what I'm going to do now is start the quilting. I did draw myself a little diagram before because I'm lucky that I have this printed out because this is one of Amy's diagrams. So I worked out where, now if you want to do any extra quilting lines, now you've pressed it and you've pinned it and you've done everything, I would draw these on now. So with this one, I drew these on so I didn't forget where I was going to put them. I'm going to quilt, and I'll show you that in a minute, 1/4 of an inch outside the edge of all of these blocks. This is a brilliant ruler. If you've got this, this is my drawing ruler because it's a Creative Grids ruler. So you can use it for cutting, which I do, but I tend to use it for drawing. So what I would say, now we're going to do quilting, is with all of your blocks, try and keep to a similar pattern. Doesn't have to be the same. And have the similar intensity of quilting. If you decide to do one block with loads and loads of free motion all round in this background, and then another one not, one's going to look way more intense than the other. It doesn't have to be the same, but similar. So I decided in the outset that I would quilt 1/4 of an inch outside the outline of the whole thing. So I've done that with all of them. Some of them I've quilted through the set, like this one I quilted through the centre of those leaves. A lot of them I've quilted around the applique bits. And with many of them as well, where we have different colours of petals. So although there's 4 different pieces in that gingham for the sunflower, I've just quilted between the gingham and the yellow print, and then it delineates the petals a bit. So sort of think about it like that. If you get through to like number 3, like to the daisy block, and you think, oh, actually, I want to do more quilting on this, you can always go back and quilt the others to the same intensity. Or if you get carried away one month and go, well, actually, I'm going to start changing all my colours of threads and I'm going to do this. You might want to do free motion behind all of this and really have all of the background as an intense, like vermicelli free motion. Just go back and redo them. I decided not to do that because then that would take me forever. I also quilted round the outline between that blue border and there. And it just means, I mean, with the quilt on the wall, I sewed it all together and I sent it off to the lovely Amanda Little and had it all long arm quilt. So that's not the same example as this. But obviously, when I get to the end, I'll be able to do all of my blocks. So you can do it like that. You can completely ignore this quilting and do it like that. But I would just say try a similar intensity. So, and you will get, at the end of the video, what I do is, in the back of the instructions, that's the water lily one, but they're the same thing, aren't they? Quilt as you go. It says it has been designed so it can be quilted, or you can use the traditional method. For full instructions will be given at the end. If you want to use the method, this is how much fabric you'll need. And then at the end of the video, I do video to show you how I've done this, but I don't repeat how to quilt because everyone has their own method. You know, you're layering a backing, a wadding and a top and you're quilting it. Everyone has their own method. This is just my particular method. So that's why I haven't gone into detail about it. So I've decided that for these, I'm going to quilt a line that goes through those centre of those petals. If I was doing a whole quilt, don't worry, it's friction, so where I've gone wrong, that'll come off. Because I'm doing it as a block, I feel I can afford the time to do more quilting. And also because of the manoeuvring, if I want to do that extra line through there to give the petals more structure, it's easy to move around on my machine. Whereas if I was doing a whole quilt, I don't think I'd bother. So, but draw these lines on, use a ruler and a friction pen. It means it will iron off. And then you can do as much. And if you draw it wrong, I just find also that whenever I'm doing a quilt, even if it's a full-size quilt, I'll draw the lines on at this stage because you can then stand back and have a little look at it. So I'm going to draw those lines on. What else did I decide to do? Oh, I know. I think I decided that it'd be quite nice. You see where these leaves are? To put a line through the centre because I thought that would look a bit like the, what they call veins, a leaf vein. But I said, or, do you know what, you don't have to quilt it so you're quilting with the design. If you want to keep it simple, you could just quilt diagonally in both directions across, and in which case I would draw a line. So if you wanted to do that, I'd get my ruler and I would get a nice long one and draw a diagonal line all the way through and then space them maybe like 1.5 inches, 2 inches apart. Or you could just do, I mean, it does look lovely if you do vertical lines spaced like 1 inch or 1/2 inch apart. That's quite nice. I chose to do this that I would, what else does I, oh, I know, I wanted to go to the centre of these as well. I thought it would, with this, it would be nice to do, to echo the design of the flower with my quilting, but it's entirely up to you. Once you've drawn your lines, you see, you can then look at it and think, oh, that doesn't look, that's not going to be, I need a bit more than that. It makes you think a bit about the thread colours that you're going to use as well. And also, once you finish quilting, then it's up to you how much more, you might want to add more afterwards. So now I'm going to quilt it. So I'm going to put, this is a great machine because I can put the walking foot attachment on. If you've got a walking foot, it really does help. Let me make sure that it's on. I'm going to use, I like a 3.2 for quilting. Don't know, it needs to be longer. And I used to use like a 3, but actually sometimes even going, what is that one? Okay. Even going up to a 3.4, try it out. I find as well, particularly if you haven't got a walking foot, if you find that your stitch is getting a bit short because of the bulk, just lengthen the stitches. So I'm going to start off with doing a 1/4 inch line. Now this machine actually has it's called a patchwork foot, and it's exactly a 1/4 inch away from the inner part of the foot, and then that bit's 1/2 inch away. It's dead cool. You could draw this on if you're not sure about quilting or you don't have a 1/4 inch foot. I would always suggest that you stitch away from the outside rather than on the line because it's really hard sewing stitch on the ditch. Yes. Sewing, God, this has all been set up. Sorry, it says sewing start reverse stitch. Do you know, whoever uses this machine before sets it up right. So what you do is you just sew along. When you get to the points, you need about 3 stitches beyond the point. Oh, it hasn't got the presser foot lift. And then go right up to the point and come back down again. So I find by doing this 1/4 inch all the way round, if you go slightly wrong, it doesn't really matter. Whereas if you're trying to stitch in the ditch, if you go slightly wrong, it really does matter because you can see. So I'm just going to cut those threads off because they get caught. And also, if you've decided that you're going to do this for all of your blocks, it's what I tend to do is I start by doing this. Before I do any of the coloured stitching, I start by doing this. How am I getting on? 10 past, that's fine. When you get down to a seam, you can stop on the seam and then go all the way around to the edge. But I quite like this outline stitching. You get better at how far beyond a point you need to stitch. So there's obviously quite a lot of stitching to do to go all the way around here. Just looking at, and I've got a bit of time, haven't I? If you get to any pins, just take them out, because if you are stitching up to where a pin is, then you've held it together, so you can take it out. You don't need to put it back in again. But you see, as you see, when I said to you, I'll put the pins where you're not going to quilt, well, I had to just guess a bit. So I'll tell you what, I'll do a quarter of it, otherwise you'll have to watch me sewing all around the edge of this. So I'll go, where have I got to? I'll go up to the quarter mark. But you see what I mean? All I'm doing, this is quite easy. So if you think, oh, I don't like quilting, I've never done quilting. I mean, really, you're just sewing through 3 layers, aren't you? If you haven't ever quilted a whole quilt before, start off with this. And honestly, the method is the same. It's just a whole quilt's on a bigger scale. So once you've learned how to do this, and you'll have adapted it, you might look at my method and go, okay, well, I'll have a go at that, but, oh, I don't like the sticking on the back, or I don't really care that it's not absolutely square, I'm not drawing those lines. But, you know, you'll pick up part of it from that, and you will learn the technique that suits you. And once you've learned that, then you can adapt that then for bigger quilts. Obviously, with the bigger quilt, I mean, I'd have a lot of fabric to be moving all the way through. For turning this, it's easy peasy, isn't it? So I need to take out that pin, right? I'm going to stop here just because otherwise I won't be able to show you anything else. So you can see now, if we get it nice and close, I've just quilted round here. So that was a 3.2 stitch length. I think that gives quite a nice long stitch. And what I've done is, and this is a nice thing to do, is use the top thread that blends in or shows up, whatever colour you want to do. But with your bobbin thread, I've put a blue in that matches this. And keep your bobbin thread the same, unless you find, I mean, some people say my machine, always the bobbin thread always comes through to the front. I can always see it. And if that's the case, then keep your bobbin and your top thread the same. Now, the friction pen is fantastic, obviously. We're going to I use it all the time for doing this quilting, for marking my half square triangles, for marking my, all sorts of things. We've put a bundle together that's got a blue and a black. £7.98. We haven't got a picture of it, but Hannah's put a bundle together with the blue and a black which are going to show up. And we're going to give you a little saving. That's not bad. Always do test them. I've never find they mark. £5.98 for 2, absolutely brilliant. The only thing I find that it will show up, sometimes it looks like you've got a white mark, but I think it's almost like an indent where you've sort of stitched, where you've pulled the pen across, just the nib will leave them, but it doesn't actually leave a mark as such. It honestly worth getting. I mean, Wendy was talking about that she uses these, doesn't she? Use them for dressmaking, everything. £5.98 for 2, bargain. Absolute bargain. I get through so many of them, can't tell you. So do get those while you can. We've only got 34 bundles left. £5.98. For 2, because I mean, you see, I use them all the time for everything. They're just brilliant. So, seeing as Hannah's feeling kind today, go with it. £5.98. So, if you find that you're on your machine, your bobbin thread always comes through fitted with your tension, and it shouldn't. If it does, then use the same as the top of the bobbin. But if not, it's nice to do that. It doesn't show. If you're quilting is a different quilting thread, is a different colour on the back. It does show it really, really doesn't matter, but that's just a little thing for ease. Once you've done that, then this is when you can think, oh, well, I might stitch some extra quilting lines, some extra colours in there. And this is where I would change your top thread. So I want to sew my leaves now. So I'm going to change, I'm going to keep my bobbin thread the same. And if you find that it's so annoying when your bobbin thread keeps coming through to the top, but when you get a really good machine, it doesn't happen anymore. If I've fiddled about with the tension of mine so many times to stop it coming through, but when you've got a really decent machine like this one, it doesn't happen. And maybe that's just it. Maybe it's to do with newer machines and tension. Yes, yes, sorry, Hannah's asking questions. So I've just changed my thread to green. I'll just show you one of these. So if I decide I want to sew this. Now, what you should do when you quilt and you start and finish, you should just start and finish. And the proper way to do it is to pull your top thread through to the back, tie the threads together, and then thread them through the quilt to the back. I don't do that because it takes ages. That is what you should do, and then it's a lot neater. Morning, Rebecca. Have you used ordinary sewing thread for both the bobbin and the top thread, or something like Orifil? I've got ordinary like moon thread, polyester thread in mine, normal 50 weight. If I'm using Orifil, which I do sometimes, depending on what colours I've got, I only normally put it in the top, only because my machine doesn't like Orifil in the bobbin, and I have no idea why. But just normal 50 weight sewing thread, whether that's Gutermann, Orifil, Metler, Moon, just choose a colour that you like. That's what I would say. Particularly because I'm doing kind of decorative quilting as well. I wouldn't use thicker thread than that. If I was doing an all-over design like this, I might well use an Orifil because it's slightly finer. It sits within the fabric better. Because of this, and I want different colours, I'm just using whatever thread I've got, which is normally, it is a 50 weight, but it's more about the colour to me that's important. And you may find your machine is a bit fussy about some threads in the top and some in the bottom, which mine is, and I don't know why. But stick to the same weight thread, really doesn't matter the brand too much. So as I said, when I start and finish my thread, because I don't want to do that method, I just start at the beginning of the line. So I'm going to start on the top of there, and I do like 3 stitches forwards, and a couple back, and then go back. And I know that means that you've then got a couple of stitches sitting on top of each other, but I don't mind that. I can live with that. Because you only need to reverse like 1 or 2 and then cut it off. If you want it to be really super neat, so look, if you look at that, I'll just cut those off. I mean, okay, at the beginning of there, you've got 2 stitches on top of each other. And for purists, they will pull the top thread through to the back, knot it, thread those 2 ends in a needle and run them under the wadding. And that is purist, but I don't really want to do that. So it's up to you. I'm showing you both ways. The last thing, right, now pretend I've quilted it all, so I've done all my green lines and all my purple lines. The last thing that I'm going to do to finish it off, I'm going to change now to a thread that matches this. These stitches won't be seen, but I decided it's quite nice to use a thread that matches that. This is to finish off the edge. And I'm just going to show you the very end of that, so just got to rethread it. Luckily, I haven't got to keep rethreading the bobbin. And do you know what? You don't have to change the colours. What happened is I was doing the daisy, and I decided I quite liked I quilted some pink lines across it. And then once I did that, I thought, actually, it's quite nice to change the colours. And because you're only got to quilt 2 blocks a month, you've got time to do that. Or if you quilt a few blocks together, you'll end up using the same green thread. So now what I'm going to do, I want everything to be stabilised now. So I'm going to zigzag around the edge. So I just need to change my foot because that won't let me zigzag. So I'm going to, let me show you on this one, look what it looks like. I'm going to See along the edge of here, I've zigzagged. Make sure that zigzag isn't more than 1/4 of an inch because we're going to trim it there and we don't want that zigzag to come into our seam when we do the quilt as you go. So I found, I mean, you need to play with it on your machine, that if I put it on a zigzag and I put it on 3 and 3, that was about the right width. But just have a little play on yours. So I went for a zigzag length of 3 and a width of 3. And then all you have to do is put all three. So you've now quilted the whole thing. So I'm just going to do one side. And this is where you will have to take the pins out as you go along. It's just because sometimes I do find a zigzag does not like going across pins. So make sure that the end of your zigzag, the right-hand side of the zigzag, just goes just over the edge of the fabric because you are going to trim this later to the raw edge, level with the raw edge of the fabric. And you don't really want to be cutting these stitches off. If you do cut them off a little bit later on, it doesn't matter too much because you've got the other side of the zigzag in there. And that's why I would always recommend as well, keep those drawn lines in because that's what we're going to be cutting along. So I'll just go along here and down there. You will go round all 4 sides. I'm just going to do a little bit and a little bit because I need to stop in a minute. So what I've done now, so I would have normally, but I'm running out of time, go zigzag all the way around the edge. Once you've zigzagged all the way around the edge, then you can trim it. Now, if you are going to be putting this straight into your quilt, cut it level with the edge of there. If you want it to, if this has moved at all, which sometimes it does, then cut it level with your drawn line because you know that that's your 16.5 inch. So I'm going to do that because for some reason that has moved a bit. Let's just get my rotor cutter. But it's like a smidge, it's like a 1/16 of an inch, and that's going to be sewn with a 1/4 of an inch seam allowance into your quilt as you go fabric, so it'll be fine. So just trim all the way along. Now that is, obviously I've cut, that is what you're going to cut if, this one is going to be the one that's smaller, if you're putting it straight in. With these, I've cut them with 1 inch round, only because I was just thinking, I've got to store them for several months, could be a year, couldn't it, depending on when you do it. What if part of it frays? What I will do is just before I put it together, I will cut them then. So if you are doing that, then what you do, it doesn't matter how much, I decided 1 inch would be nice. So if I'd zigzagged along there, it could be 1/2 inch, could be 1/4 of an inch, then just cut that all the way round. Oh, I didn't press very hard on that. So, and then all of your blocks then will all look, they'll all be nicely zigzagged. If this then comes apart, I mean, look, I did that last month, but it's still stuck together. And I'll go back to the daffodil one, but it's still repositionable because I haven't washed it. So if you're going to do it straight away, cut it level. If you're going to leave it for a bit, just give it a bit of allowance and you'll cut it level later. So look, you can see here how that has moved a bit, but because can we get in close to that? To show how errors happen. Because that's moved a bit whilst I was stitching. I've cut that level with the line, but it's only like a 1/16 of an inch. So when I sew my 1/4 of an inch line, I'll have a nice straight edge. It just depends how fussy you are, really. Anyway, that's my way to do it. And as I said, honestly, there is no exact science to sewing or quilting or anything. There's no like perfect, I mean, people go, oh, well, you're doing that the wrong way. There's no right or wrong way. This is the method that I've developed because the one I like. 505 spray, honestly, even if you only use it for the backing, it's really, really worth it. You can buy smaller cans than this, but this is the most cost-effective way to buy it. I use it for all sorts of things. If I'm quilting something small, it's absolutely brilliant. You can, and for bigger quilts as well, but even if it's just smaller ones, it's a brilliant way to get that backing. Because you know you're putting 3 layers together, everything starts moving about. Even if you only use it for the backing, it's fabulous. So 505, very important. Oh, my little drawing ruler, which I do use for cutting as well, but I use it a lot. It's brilliant for drawing lines on quilting. It's better than a normal ruler because it's slightly thicker, and you can find when you're drawing lines, if you've got like a normal like school ruler, you can't press down, you haven't got the width, you can't press down as much. So do use one of these for like drawing lines onto fabric rather than a school ruler. It does work better. What else did we need to do? The friction pens, the special bundle of friction pens, the black and blue friction pens. We've got a special bundle for you. We'll get a picture one day. A black one and a blue one. £5.98. I mean, get it while it's on special offer, to be honest. Yeah, that's my blue one. That's what they look like. Love them. This is a new one as well, so it's lovely. When they're new, they're like, get a really good line. As they get a bit older, it's a bit more faded. And then you put it back in your pot and use another one, even though you know it's run out. Who does that? Regularly. Remember, this month's block of the month is August, the August sunflower. You will get the bloom block and the motif block. In the kit is the printed fabric panel with all the fabrics, all the plique bits, more than enough, 1/2 metre of cream, rose and hubble, and the instructions. Right, for the other months, right, so, the block, I'll do the block keeper because it's sitting there. So this is a big block. Now, a lot of block keepers, I designed a block keeper for the last block of the month, are for 12-inch blocks. These blocks are 16 inches, so 16.5 inch finished. If you cut them bigger like I've done, they're like 20 inches, so you need a big block keeper. I have to carry mine around a lot, and also where am I going to store them? So I keep them in here. I put handles on it because I keep mine hung up, otherwise it's too big. And therefore it's got a magnetic clasp at the top, and on the side and on the bottom, because it holds all together. I decided, obviously, I needed to use one of the Charm Square bundles, but Charm Square packs. So that's got pack 1. We've put a bundle together of the fabrics that you need, except for what it doesn't include is the brushed cotton, because the cheapest way to do that is to just buy a sheet. I mean, because brushed cotton is expensive. No, it's not. It's just more expensive than sheets. So that's why we haven't put that in this bundle. So in the bundle, you've got the Charm Square panel, you've got the instructions, you've got the cream fabric that's used for these little bits of sashing, because these bits are from the Charm panel. You've got the spotty fabric for the back, and then you've also got the calico fabric, which I use for the lining. So you've got all the fabric bar the brushed cotton. And you've got the instructions. So what you will also need, and we can buy just the instructions, you don't have to buy the kit. Right, so if you want just the instructions, £9.99. There's also a pocket, because you can keep all of your instructions in there then. So mine have fallen out, but I keep my instructions in the pocket, and then I've got them because I might want to make more of these blocks. So the brushed cotton, if you buy yourself a king size flat, or it doesn't matter, fitted sheet, you can buy it from the Long River for about a tenner. Make sure it's 100% cotton, though. If you get poly, then there's a lot of static and you end up like getting an electric shock. So do make sure you buy cotton. And then how it works is it has these page covers that holds everything in place. And then the pages, because it's brushed cotton, and they're a little bit clingy, so they cling to the blocks. And then you open them up and there are your blocks. So here is the first one we did, which was part 1, March. Daffodils. Oh, that's why I'm going to see whether because I obviously did this back in about February time. Oh, look at that. It's still sticky, still repositionable. That was 6 months ago. Block 1 daffodils, remember you will get in your kit, you will get the printed fabric panel. you will get half a metre of Rose and Hubble cream, and you'll get the full instructions, and there's a video tutorial for them all. So that's January, daffodils. You can join whenever you like. You might just want to make daffodils. For April, we did tulips. That's amazing that that's still repositionable, the 505, after like 6 months. If I'd washed it, it wouldn't be, it'd have gone away. So that's April, where you've got the bowl of tulips, you've got the tulip motifs. So you can see there's a theme now, that you've got this blueprint around the edge. You'll see a lot of the green fabrics are repeated so that it really pulls it together. Often the prints are repeated, but Amy's recoloured them. But she's made sure that whatever the colours are in the prints, the whole thing hangs together. Because that's the important part about a block of the month quilt. Everything needs to go together, because if you use just random things, you sew it all together at the end and it doesn't go together. It's really odd. This is the daisy that was used for May. Part 3. So you've got the whole daisy bloom there, and then you've got the daisy motif, and that's got the little centres. So this is the one where I started putting colour in, because I decided to quilt pink lines across it to just give it a bit more definition. So that was May. June was rose. So this one you had, I love this one. When you make this one, you've just got like these patchwork bits there, and then just a big gap, and then you put, because on the panel is the whole bowl printed. You just cut it out and sew it on. But then once you applique the stems and the leaves, it really brings it to life. So if you want to just buy the rose, because you know someone who loves roses, the bowl is actually printed like that onto the panel. So that, because otherwise, how would you do? If I'd done a bowl in patchwork, it'd be really angular. Then I wouldn't have liked that. This was last month, so this was July. This was the water lily. This is one of my favourites. I love that flower. I like the zigzag around the edge of the water lily centre. So that's July. It's really pretty, isn't it? Bold. The finished size of the quilt is, and I can never remember this, which I should. I wonder whether I put it in anywhere. Oh, it's not. I think it's like 92. I think it's 92 inches. But I haven't written it in the instructions, because I've written in the finished size of the block. I could work it out. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 16 times 5. Oh, plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's about 92 inches. Sorry, Sandra. I think I've written it somewhere. It's either 92 or it's 94 inches. Can't remember exactly. So that's July, the final one, the last one, and then finally we've got August. And because I've now done August, he can go in there. And you see how you can get like up to a 22-inch block in there. So you can use it for other things as well. And I know it's a big block keeper, but it really is, you kind of need it to be that size. You know, it's sort of, when I made it, I thought, that's really big. And then I thought, well, it is what it is, isn't it? You know, it is that size, so it's got to be that big. And you can hang it up, or you can just keep it somewhere. Anyway, we're going to have a quick break. I'm going to tidy up. And I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time. And Wendy's back with me. Oh, with the fantastic Ilford jacket by the Friday Pattern Company. It's honestly my favourite jacket pattern. You are going to love it. It's easy to make and it's beautiful to wear. And I will see you back here in a few minutes' time.
A lot of people get terrified when they see a commercial pattern and they see all the lines, all the dots, all the triangles, have no idea what it means. Well, watch now and I'll show you. So the first thing you're going to do is decide what size you're going to cut out. And then it's really important that you follow that line on every single pattern piece that you cut. As you can see here, they're marked up by a different pattern and also the number. When you first open the pattern, you must choose the size that you're making, and whatever you do, you stick to that size. So all the different sizes have a different marking, either a long dot, a small dot, a dash, a dot and a dash, or something like that. always stick to the same size on all the pattern pieces. And the notches, all of the notches are there for a reason. All the little triangles and all the circles are there to be copied, and they must be transferred onto your main bit of fabric. Whenever you see this symbol here, I know it's written down here, but sometimes it's not written. Those two arrows on a square, they are always cut on the fold, and what you do is you fold your fabric in half, you lay this line along the fold mark, and you're cutting the whole piece out in one. And then what's very important, if you want to lengthen or shorten a pattern, don't just add it to the bottom. What you do is you take this line here, and to make it longer, you cut the pattern through there, you open it up by how much you want to extend it by, put a piece of pattern paper behind it, and then redraw this line in here so that it's an even line. Because as you see, the bottom of the pattern isn't a straight line, and if you were just to add to that, it would throw the waist seam. What you need to do is extend it or shorten it from that line, then you keep the waistline. Obviously, I've just shown you the blouse, but the same principles apply for the sleeve. Remember, the back of the sleeve always has two notches, the front always has one notch, and also the skirt, because the notches will match up to the seams that are in the bodice. So make sure you always follow all the lines on the pattern. Guess who's coming in with me on Thursday? Only Barbara Gray from Clarity. I know, we're doing these felt things to go on the wall. I'm really excited. She's in for 2 hours, 8 till 10. Join us this Thursday.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the SewingStreet website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus, you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with SewingStreet. Keep up to date with what's on SewingStreet, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to SewingStreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Join us in store for the Crafter's Companion in Evesham. You'll be able to shop dedicated collections from SewingStreet, Jewellery Maker and selected brands featured across Hobby Maker, all under one roof. Why not make a day of it? With a coffee shop on site, you can relax, browse and enjoy everything the store has to offer, and incredible prices on the products you love. Whether you love sewing, jewellery making or papercraft, there's something waiting for you at Crafter's Companion Evesham. We can't wait to see you there.
The winner of this year's Search for a Star is...
It's Search for a Star here on Sewing Street. Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and win the opportunity to become a regular guest on the show, giving you the chance to share your sewing wisdom with our viewers live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape up to 3 minutes, introducing yourself, and either demonstrate showing parts of a sewing project or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique.
Hi everyone, my name is Amber and I'm from Bedford.
Remember to introduce yourself speaking to the camera in your video. Send your videos to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of Search for a Sewing Star using wetransfer.com. Please make sure that the download link is valid for longer than 1 day, as the competition email address is not always monitored over the weekend. The closing date for sending in all of your video entries is Monday the 7th of September. We can't wait to meet you all. Good luck!
When you hear the term half square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create two identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with 2 squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the 2 outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half square triangle is ready to use.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1 p.m.p each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on SewingStreet.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search SewingStreet.
This Saturday, it's National Granny Square Day, and we're celebrating with some fantastic products and kits to celebrate our favourite piece of crochet. Also, brand new guest, Amelia from Amelia Stitches. She's going to be with us for an hour and a half, showcasing her fantastic embroidery kits. They're all set for beginners. They're beautiful. You are going to love them. So don't miss out. See you on Saturday. Sorry, I'm just laughing at that picture. I took that ages ago. Me and my crochet trousers. Anyway, welcome back to SewingStreet. So it's the Ilford jacket.
Yes.
I love this jacket.
Yes.
Look at this one.
Oh,
this is one that Wendy made earlier.
Earlier, a couple of weeks ago.
It's lovely, isn't it?
It really looks good on you.
I love this because I've made it 3 times.
Yeah.
I haven't ever made it with the placket though. I'm too lazy for that.
I'll show you how to do that.
It's just a really nice jacket.
Yeah, it is.
I can't even say why. It's just a really.
I think it's because it's a unisex pattern, and it's oversized, but it doesn't have to be oversized. You could make it. I mean, that's a medium, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it fits you beautifully.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's beautifully fitting.
It's got no shaping in it at all, really, which just gives it that sort of boxy.
I found it just dead easy to make.
Oh, it was really easy to make. Yeah,
particularly for a jacket with a collar that I thought would be really hard.
And on your quilting ones, you haven't put the placket on.
Yes,
you
so
don't
I decided with a quilted jacket it would be harder.
Yes.
So because it comes with the option of having the placket and the cuff, or just turning the ends up and hemming
I would say that the placket is the only tricky thing on the whole thing.
Well, I just did turning the ends up and hemming them.
Yeah.
So you can choose how you do it.
Yeah, you would just need to make the sleeves a little bit longer, which is easy enough to do if you didn't want to do the placket and the cuff.
Yeah, I think there must have been the pattern for that. I just did what they told me to. I didn't make that up. That was something they said. No, that wasn't my hack.
Oh, right.
That was in the
I didn't notice that in the instructions.
No, you obviously, because you went full placket. It's a lovely pattern. It's got a collar, but that's easy. You can make it for men and women. It's got loads of pockets. I've made it with the kangaroo pockets.
So we can talk about the pockets, because there are lots and lots of different options with them, and I can show you a couple of sort of tips with pockets if we've got enough time at the end. But I've done the pen pocket in the contrasting colour, just so that you see it.
Love the pen pocket in the contrast.
Yeah. That's one of the
cool.
options. And you've got, there are angled pockets, and they're, like you say, there's the kangaroo pocket, all sorts of different options. And you can make the yes, that's right. So the longer version, you've got the option.
Yes.
Whereas I was asked to make
the longer one. There's also really good videos, because I wanted to line mine, and there was a little hack video that they did. That showed you how to line it.
Yes, so there are about 2 or 3 videos for actually making it.
Yes, they're brilliant.
They're in sections, but they are very, very good.
Yeah,
really
I just thought that was great.
Yeah.
Sizes. So I guess what you've got, this is how I worked out my size, is that it does give you a size chart, but it also gives you the measurements.
Yes.
So you can decide what you are.
And it goes up to 7X.
Yeah, the finished garment measurements are inside the instructions booklet. So because it is a bit oversized, you can decide whether you want to be oversized.
Yeah.
or not oversized.
Yes.
But look at the chest size. So it goes from a 32-inch chest up to a 60-inch chest because it's for men as well.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's easy, and it is.
And it is very, very boxy. So no darts for shaping.
Yeah.
So if you, obviously for ladies, it would just fit around you, and it would be perhaps a little bit more boxy than the equivalent chest size on a man. Maybe, I don't know, because they would take up space differently.
But then it's like one of those sort of
it is like a chore jacket.
That's it. A chore jacket. And this is why I chose it for a patchwork jacket, because I've seen loads of patchwork jackets that are chore jackets.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
So the price for this is $24.99. But we are going to take some money off because we've got a theme. We did that last time, didn't we? Lowest ever price, courtesy of Hannah. £6 off. $18.99. Honestly, if you've already checked out, don't worry, you will pay the $18.99, which is fabulous, isn't it? Honestly, it's worth it. Do trace your pattern. Please trace your pattern because you're going to use this more than once.
Definitely. And it's a tissue pattern. So tracing it obviously means that you could trace it onto something that's a little bit more substantial, some pattern paper.
Inside. Sorry, ruined that now. Ruined that. Cut your sellotape, don't tear it. So this is what it looks like.
Yep. So you've got, so some of it is diagrams and some of it is pictures, and the picture part is the most useful part because it's the placket.
That's almost like a shirt, isn't it?
It's like, and I think that's made in a much lighter fabric. So obviously what you're wearing here is like a denim, and it's quite a structured fabric. I'm going to demonstrate it in the cord, which would make a completely different jacket. But the one on the picture on the front, I think it's quite a much lighter fabric.
And this is where they've got the finished garment measurements. So you can then choose to make a different size.
Yes. So because I was making it for you, and I knew what measurement you were for the chest, I looked at the finished garment measurements and I decided that, I'm not going to say it out loud, but that number of inches ease was more than enough, because if I'd gone up to the large, it would have been
so my
much
chest
too
measurement
much.
would have been large.
Yes.
But you made it medium.
I made it medium because I looked at the finished garment, I thought 10 inches ease is more than enough.
Well, and I think that's fabulous because you can choose then how you're going to make it. Also, if you're making it for someone else, it's a lot easier to work that out, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's all the instructions.
Yeah.
Honestly, I skipped by that bit.
Yeah, well, but it's really good that is done as a photograph rather than just diagrams, because it's not difficult to do, but it can be tricky if you've never done one before.
So it's done really clearly in photographs.
And the rest of it is diagrams. But you've got the video as well. So the video, I watched the video for the front placket, because it's just literally a turning over. But because you've got these little bits that, if I can just show, just sort of come out here, there is like a way of doing that, and then you add the collar on later.
Yeah, and it does make it easier, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So explains it all there. Now we've got bundles of fabric to make it. I think is it up to the largest size? Right. So and they're just one fabric. Maxine says, hi to all the SewingStreet team. Can you use already quilted fabric? Thank you, Maxine from Barnsley. Yes, you can. You could use a quilt.
Yeah.
An old quilt if you wanted to. And we have got some pre-quilted fabric up. So, I mean, I've seen people make these using a quilt they bought from a charity shop.
Yes, that's become a bit of a thing, hasn't it?
Cool,
brilliant,
isn't it?
Yeah. Because it's so easy to make, and it hasn't got any fussy details on it. You wouldn't even have to put the pockets on it if you didn't want to.
No,
there's nothing fussy about it. Yeah.
Easy. Yes. Right, so for anyone who... Oh, you've got to sit still. So there's the size chart. Who wondering about the sizes? Half of the stock of the pattern is gone. So it goes from a 32-inch chest up to a 60-inch chest. It's unisex, so make it for whoever you want, which is quite nice to know, isn't it? And it is like a traditional shawl jacket. It's lovely. I do like the plackets.
Yeah.
It's really nice. So, and it is kind of hip length.
It is, and again, you could shorten it.
See my picture.
Yeah, because you don't put the pockets on until you've completely finished the jacket, whereas in other patterns you might put them on as you're going along. So you can, if you wanted to make it shorter, you would just put the pockets on where you wanted them accordingly. If you wanted to have pattern pockets on, which is quite a novel way of doing it actually. Because I was looking at the instructions and said, when do I put the pockets on? but it's right at the end. Yeah,
and it is nice because actually, if you go onto their website, you can see lots of pictures of people who've made it with all the different pocket options.
That's right. Yes. Yeah.
Choose,
yeah. And of course, you can do contrasting pockets. I mean, I've done the contrasting
I like that.
the placket because I wanted it to be seen. And because I decided to do the pen pocket in the contrast, I thought, I'll do the placket as well.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it? Also, what you can do is, you've obviously put buttons and buttonholes, and I didn't want to do that with mine.
Yeah.
So I put poppers. I've
poppers.
luckily got a green. In fact, this is why I got the green machine for my jacket, because it's so much easier, isn't it?
Yeah.
So with my jacket, I wrote a set of instructions about how to make a patchwork jacket. They're there. They don't include the pattern for the jacket. I'm not a dressmaker pattern designer at all, but I've made 4 of these now, and I've used this one a few times, and I've used another pattern. This set of instructions explains how to work out how to make the patchwork, what size do you need to make so that it fits, how much bigger than the pattern piece, how to cut out the pattern piece, and how to do things like, do you want it lined, do you want it reversible, do you want it unlined? So this is kind of a hack. It can be used with this pattern, obviously, because I've made that a few times, but it can also be used for any jacket pattern, and it will explain how to do patchwork to make a jacket. It doesn't have the pattern in it, but it's the hack of how to do it, if that makes sense. Because I know a lot of people later went, well, where's the pattern? No, it doesn't include the pattern, but I have gone through it in detail. How you go about choosing fabrics, how do you go about choosing patchwork blocks and patchwork patterns? How does it work? And it tells you exactly things like measuring the pattern. So you draw your pattern out or trace it, how to measure it, then how much bigger does your patchwork need to be? So I go through the whole thing. Things like hems and plackets, because that's really important. If you're doing a hem and it's bulky quilted fabric, that makes a difference to how you're going to do that hem, because you're not going to want like a double turn on it. You know, how to do things like the seams if it's unlined, things like the pockets, placement of it. Because like with mine, it's a really good opportunity to put a big feature block on the back because you've got a nice big space. Obviously, if you're not going to do the patchwork, you don't need this. This is more about if you want to make a patchwork jacket, how do you do it? And I've put photographs in, how to cut it, how to add your pockets, all of that, because there's lots of different ways of doing this. And then I've, you know, like this is the one I made my daughter, the fancy one. You know, things like putting a little loop in, collars and reversibles, binding and hemming and finishing touches. There's no video tutorial, and the reason for that is because it depends what pattern. If you were using a different pattern, it wouldn't make any sense. So it's probably best. That's why I didn't do the tutorial. It's more of a words and photos thing. Anyway, we've got that as the printed instruction then. So if you fancy making a patchwork jacket, this is my already got a jacket pattern, or you're going to get this one because this is my favourite one. I think it's just a lovely wearable pattern. Right. Oh, sorry, we've got that as a digital download as well, because there are no templates or anything. It is just a reading thing. So if you want the digital download, you can get that. It will get emailed straight to your inbox, and then you can start off straight away. It's just, it took me ages to work out. I couldn't find anyone who told you how to do it, so I had to just guess, and it took me ages working through different jackets. So I thought, I'm going to write it down. It just takes ages to work out.
Yes. And then you need to keep a record of it, don't you? And then so you can keep on.
And it's only when you come across something you think, it's like I tried to put these in this thickness using the hammer thing, and it just...
So hence the green machine.
It didn't work.
Yeah.
And actually, my machine, my old machine, couldn't cope with buttonholes. Because some machines can't in a real thickness.
Yeah, no, I did those on my machine, but my machine is quite a big sort of quilting machine.
And those have worked
But I did a couple of tests because I wasn't quite convinced. But it was fine.
But
Yeah.
this, I
No.
I couldn't, because you've got layers, because
Yeah.
where that turns over.
Yeah.
So that's why I got a green machine.
Yeah, because that's just 2 layers there and the interface, 1 layer of interfacing and 2 layers of fabric there.
Right.
And it's, although it looks quite stiff, actually that fabric has got quite a lot
Yeah,
of
and
movement
because it's not
to
lined
it.
as well, whereas
Yeah.
you see this one is lined.
That's right, yeah.
It's got all sorts
Well, like a
going
little
on.
zip pocket.
Yes, I do like an internal zip
Yeah.
pocket on my coat.
That's brilliant.
Because then you keep your keys in and they don't fall out.
Yes,
As a little hack.
definitely.
Right, while you get ready,
Yep.
I'm going to go through the fabrics. So the jacket pattern on its own. Remember, we've got a special discount on this one of $18.99. That's the lowest price we've ever been to on this jacket. If you've never made a jacket, don't be scared by it. This is, you know, although it looks like, oh, it's got a collar and it's got plackets and buttons, it's actually not difficult, amazingly. Right, the fabric that I'm wearing is this one. So there's enough in this bundle for the largest size. $24.99.
Wow.
And you haven't lined this?
No, I haven't.
It doesn't really need a line.
It doesn't need lining, but it would be very easy to line. Very easy.
Because it's quite nice as the inside, isn't
yeah.
it?
And of course, if you wanted to, you could always Hong Kong or bind the internal seams.
True.
But it's only under the arm, and really, you're not going to see it on the arm.
Yeah, because that's turned over. That hem's turned over.
Nice deep hem at the bottom.
So it's only
the
could
armhole.
just bind that,
If
couldn't
you
you?
wanted to, yes.
And they do have an online tutorial of how to blind it. Found that, thankfully. Quite nice, this though, isn't it?
Yes, it is nice. Definitely wash it first, because I didn't, and I kept having to wash my hands because my hands went blue.
Do you always wash your
I always,
dressmaking
I know,
first?
I do. I
I'm
always wash my fabrics without felt. They come into the house, they get overlocked, washed, dried, aired, and then put in a bag with like a ticket that says what they are, where I got them from, etc., etc. But because it was for this, I just wanted to get it ready, get it made. But my hands kept going blue, which is the thing about denim, isn't it?
Funny.
Yeah.
I know, it's a pre-wash. I mean, obviously, I never do it for quilting, but for this...
But for dressmaking, I would always. I know lots of people have different opinions about it, but...
Oh, I know, I would with dressmaking.
And the process, the production process, and you don't know where they've been stored and everything, so always wash. And that shrinkage thing as well is always the potential for shrinkage.
Yeah. So with this, that was another thing I worked out, is I did all the patchwork first and quilted it all as a big piece, then washed it.
Right, yes.
So then all the patchwork was shrunk.
Together.
Yes. And then I cut it out.
Yes.
Because I thought otherwise, if I wash my fabric first, what about when I quilt it? It might then shrink because you can't wash your wadding.
No.
So that's why I did it that way. And then and that's why you have to cut it so much bigger so that it's very complicated. Yeah, I wouldn't bother lining this. This is lovely. Actually, I'm looking at that. That's the outside, isn't it?
Yes.
That's the lining.
Yeah.
175 centimetres wide, 90% cotton, 10% polyester. This is a lovely colour.
Yeah. When the fabric first arrived, I wasn't quite convinced, and then as soon as I made it into the jacket, I thought, it's changed the fabric completely.
I think it's really gorgeous.
Completely, yeah.
Right, the one that you're going to demo, I want to do that one next, because I like this one. This one's corduroy. And I'd love to see, well, actually, you've done quite a lot, so we'll really be able to get a picture of what it looks like.
Yeah.
Sand, so this is a needle cord. It's actually it's a mole colour, isn't it?
I love needle cord.
It's the colour of now we've discovered there are no moles on the Isle of Man.
Yes, and I was thinking...
How weird is that?
There's somewhere where there isn't any snakes, and I can't remember where it is.
That's Ireland, isn't there?
Is that Ireland, no snakes? Yeah.
And there's no moles, squirrels or foxes on the Isle of Man?
The foxes and the squirrels, I was quite surprised, but...
I wonder if they have badgers.
Oh, you asked that. We
haven't got back. Anyone who lives in the Isle of Man, do you have badgers?
We have badgers.
But it was Ireland that had no moles, wasn't it? But that was what Hannah told us. I know, and there's no moles. So this is kind of that mole. It's a really nice colour.
It is, and it's not beige.
It's a beige.
Everything's beige, but it's not beige.
No,
it's nice.
Just
yeah.
Mole colour.
Mole colour.
I've never even seen a mole. Well, aren't moles black?
They're dark. With mole skin.
Mole skin, that's the colour.
Yeah.
It's that mole skin colour. Yeah. And because it's a needle cord, it's really fine. How hang up for a jacket.
Beautiful.
Does it?
Beautiful. I love cord and needle cord. Obviously, just got to be mindful of the nap. I mean, you can choose if you want to which way it goes, but
which way does your nap go?
Always down.
See, I was saying to John once. I was doing something with velvet, and I said, "Oh, the nap's going the wrong way," and he said that on velvet, often the nap goes up.
Oh, okay.
Is that?
I genuinely don't know because velvet is not a colour a fabric that I would ever wear or use.
Because I thought the nap always went down.
Well, I would always with corduroy because it's when you're wearing it, you'll
smooth it.
Instantly, you do, yeah.
But you see, this is lovely for a man or a woman.
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice and light as well. Be a much lighter weight jacket, obviously.
Yeah, and it's darker than sand. It's wet sand.
Wet sand.
$24.99 for that one. Now I've got a mint, but this is a jumbo.
Oh.
This is a nice one. Actually, I have sewn with this one and made this into a patchwork into a bag. Look, it came out really well. But that's nice, isn't it? It's a bit different to have a really light colour as a jumbo cord.
Yes, I like that. I like
well, 4.5 wale, so pretty jumbo.
Yeah.
But that would be nice, you know, when you want a summer jacket.
Yes.
When you want that light colour, but you want a jacket as well.
A sort of a transitional, seasonally transitional.
Yeah, that
jacket.
sortum thing.
Sortum, that's a new word for me.
I heard saw it on somebody'd put it on like an Instagram thing. Oh, yes, now it's sortum. Just sorting out my sortum wardrobe. I'm like,
I just wear a cardigan.
Oh no, it's called just sortum wardrobe. And I thought, yeah, just a cardi.
Yeah, or a thick cardi or a thin
it may be end of it, a denim jacket.
A denim jacket.
That's my next layer of sortumness. This is nice. This one. I've got to tell you, it doesn't actually look like that because they always give it to us inside out. But this is quite cool, isn't it?
Oh.
It's like this is the same fabric of the jacket that I'm wearing, as in I'll have to move. I'll move it onto there. That might help. There we go. It's a bit sort of grungy, isn't it?
Yeah. I want to say cow.
Cow.
Like blue and light
cow,
as opposed to
what have we called
a Frisian cow.
Print. But it is a bit, like camouflage.
Yeah.
But weirdly, not in print. I don't know how they've done this. Have you seen it's like woven into a camouflage? So these are white threads.
Ah.
I don't know how they've done that.
Is that like a jacquard?
We're on single figures of this one. And do you know what? I don't even know which is the right and the wrong side. I guess you can choose. Is that the wrong?
Yeah.
Because that's got like white threads. So it's like I mean, that would make a fabulous denim jacket, wouldn't it? You can choose which size. Is this the quilted one? Oh, we've got to do the wine first, and then we'll go on to quilted. So this is a cotton drill. So this is nice, isn't it? Quite smart.
Yeah. So I've just saw that while we were waiting. I made my husband a heavy shirt. It was a wardrobe by me pattern heavy shirt for Christmas in exactly the same fabric, and it's absolutely. It was beautiful to work with. You need to use a thick needle, and I used the denim thread all the time. But it's a really nice shirt. He wears it a lot actually. It would work beautifully in that jacket.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
it's just really nice, isn't it? It's a nice colour. It's a nice.
It's crisp as well.
Colour.
It presses really nicely.
And you see, at that price, $22.99. You know.
I paid more than that for mine. So that is a very good price.
It is really, really lovely. It's 100% cotton, 150 wide.
Yeah.
I mean, and this is where you can put the cuffs in another.
Yeah, and a drill is a nice fabric for that sort of mid-season outerwear.
Just slightly lightweight. It's beautiful, isn't it? Really like that. It just gives you a bit of pop of colour. If you're not somebody who likes wearing like really bold, bright colours, that's lovely. I like that one. Right, then we've got the pre-quilted. I like this. So this is kind of trying to. Oh wow! I love both.
That's a double-sided one.
I didn't realise that. Let me show you. So this is where you'll get a double-sided jacket that you don't have to make reversible. It's like a bit of a block print, tie-dye sort of print.
It is.
And then that side, oh, fabulous. This is I mean, it's a reversible jacket, isn't it?
That's gorgeous. That is, I really like that.
That's so clever, isn't it? Yeah. So it's cotton fabric. I would say that's a polyester wadding.
Yeah.
So do pre-wash it to see. It's very soft. It's a very fine cotton.
It is. It's like a almost like a voile or a lawn.
Yeah, it is.
How would you finish the seams if you wanted to make it reversible? What would you do with the seams? I guess just bind them.
I don't know. What did I do with when I did? I did all because the one that I made reversible, that wasn't lined. I bound the armhole seams and then sewed them flat.
I was going to say like the binding on the outside, but sew it flat, yeah.
And I French seamed the others.
Ah, yes.
But I tried to French seam the armholes and it wouldn't work.
No, that
was
a
big mistake.
Unless it's a very delicate fabric. Or you could do a flat felt seam because either way that would be a hidden, like on a jeans, flat felt seam.
Yeah, I decided I couldn't do that. I found that...
yeah, well, you'd need
I use binding and then I lay it flat and actually wearing that on the inside looks okay.
Yeah.
If you're really good, I expect you could do. I couldn't do flat fell seams and the French seams. No. I had to be realistic. Know your limits. That was way outside my limits. Red Hong Kong seams, Kirsten. That's a very nice idea.
Yes.
So that's where you bind, but you sew the binding down.
You sew it flat.
That is what I did. I didn't know they were called that. I bound them and sewed them down. Kirsten, you're absolutely right. It would look amazing. I love that. It's beautiful. That's where you really do need to wash it as well, because no idea what that would shrink.
Definitely. And it's the same palette, obviously, but completely different fabric almost.
Oh, it is. I mean, it depends. Although it's the same colour palette, it's going that jacket's going to look completely different, isn't it?
Yeah, and you could have different. Well, no, you couldn't have different pockets. You'd have because if you sewed pockets on, they would be visible on the other side. So your pockets would have to literally mirror each other on the inside and the outside.
My pockets were in exactly the same place.
Yeah.
So it meant you got inside pockets, and then I put loops and had buttons on the inside and the outside.
Of course, yeah. Or
it doesn't have to be reversible, they don't.
Or
honestly.
you could not have a fastening.
Yes, I would recommend never doing a reversible jacket. Ever again, ever. But actually, to be honest, it doesn't need to be reversible. You've just got a nice outside and inside, haven't you? But you've got that option if you want to. I think that's gorgeous. $42.99 for that. Right, pattern on its own, and then we're going to do some demo. The pattern on its own is special price. I've used this so many times. Mine's quite battered now. Please do trace yours, because you're going to make it in all different sizes.
It's tissue as well, so it would just prolong its life.
So Oliver says, I've been sewing for a number of years, mainly a bag make, and I've never made a garment. Would this be a good first garment? Well, Oliver, you've been sewing.
If you can use a sewing machine, sew in a straight line, you can dressmake. So yes, I would definitely say that you could make this one because the jacket construction itself is really, really easy. I'm going to show you how to do the placket. There's lots of, the instructions are really good for sewing the pocket, for sewing the placket. The sleeve is dead easy to put in. It's not difficult at all. And you don't even have to do the placket.
No, it does say. I mean, honestly, the ones I've made, because I decided it wouldn't work this quilting, you just hem them.
Yeah.
It tells you.
Always an option.
It tells you how to do that.
It's such an easy jacket to make. And the collar went in beautifully.
Derek says, what body length is this pattern written for? Wonder how much I'd have to extend the pattern for a person 6 feet tall. One moment, Derek.
Sometimes it says in the pattern who they're drafted for.
Well, the thing is, they've got it's a regular length and a longer length, isn't it? So, size chart, finished garment measurements, length. Well, it ranges, depends on what size you are, Derek. It's in there.
Yeah, so it does, it gives you the length. So you would just, because it's square, you could probably extend it from the hem, actually. Because
it's like so let's say we go for XL, for example. the shorter length is 23 inches, the longer length is 33. So that's up to you.
Yeah, well, the pattern piece, actually, the bodice pattern pieces, you just fold it to the length that you want. So if you wanted the longer one, so it's not a separate pattern piece, so it's even easier than
right.
that. You would just
So
choose
Derek,
the length you want.
easy for you to get. Just measure a jacket you've got and make it the same.
And yeah.
Perfect. Right, now we can go. Let's go. Let's
Okay,
go.
right. So thought I would show the placket because really it's the only bit that is perhaps tricky or that you might not have done before. And the instructions are very, very clear. But the first thing they tell you to do is to interface the piece for the placket. Now, I've made loads and loads of shirts. I love a blouse, I love a shirt, and I've never interfaced it before. So I interfaced it for the one that Rebecca's wearing. And I thought I would do like I would prepare a sleeve without the interfacing just to see what difference it makes. And actually, I think you need to interface it. So it just.
So why is that then if you don't normally do that?
Because when I normally make shirts, I'll use a lawn or a very, very lightweight cotton. So you're not
right.
So you could get away without interfacing it because obviously my wrists are very small. It's quite a delicate. But this, because you're working with a fabric that's a lot more structured, you wouldn't make that out of a lawn.
No. So it's because of the
because of the structure of it, because the fabric is structured. So the demonstration that I'm going to do, I have interfaced it, and it made a lot easier to do it with the interface without the interfacing.
But that's great because you're an expert.
Yeah,
and
but
you need that experience.
But sometimes you question, you think, why has that been done like that? And then so you just give it a try, don't you? It's as simple as that. Yeah. So normally what you would do, so I've created this sleeve and I've put the cuff on just to show you what it looks like. But the way that the jacket is constructed is that you would do the shoulder seams, and then you would do the and then you would sew the sleeves in flat. You don't sew them in on the round. And you can see that the shoulder seams for the sleeve are quite angular, and that's one of the reasons why it makes it so easy to put the jacket together. You haven't got to put a sleeve in the sort of like you would a blouse. So you wouldn't put the cuff on until you'd then sewn the underarm seams for the jacket normally, but I thought I would just prepare that just for the sake of the demonstration. So this is my placket piece, and I've done it in a contrasting fabric so that you can see. And these markings here that I've done in my friction pen are on the pattern, so you would just transfer them onto the pattern. Now, just be careful, obviously, because it obviously it's a friction pen. And what did I do in the green room? Gave it a bit of a press. And I had to redraw it. I thought, oh, what's happened there? So anyway, luckily I had my pen with me. But if you did it in a biro or anything, it wouldn't be seen after the garment was finished. So you could do it in a biro.
So what would you use if you didn't have a friction pen?
I would just use a biro or chalk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not going to be seen, so it doesn't really matter, does it?
Right.
Pencil, like a softer pencil. So. The first thing that you need to do is you need to fold over the edges of the placket. Now, I use, and I've said this before when I've been on the show, I use my machine sometimes to create my guidelines because if you're going to fold over by 1/4 inch, it's quite tricky. So if you've got your guideline, it can be quite helpful. So you need to fold over, not stitch, but fold over 1/4 inch on both of the sides. So that's the first thing that I'm going to do. And I'm just going to use my stitching lines as a guide. I do a long stitch so that I can remove the stitching when I finish, so it's not going to be seen.
Oh, so you like a tacking
It's like a tacking stitch, yeah.
It's to make it easier.
It is, and it's just as a guideline. And it's also like for doing a bit of an ease stitch, you can use it as a bit of an ease stitch as well. So I'm going to do that on. So I've just pressed off my guidelines, haven't I? Never mind, I can still see them. Not used to ironing left-handed.
So I guess you're drawing on the interface.
You're drawing on the interfacing, yes, because you're going to stitch on the side of the interfacing rather than the side of the fabric.
Such a weird shape, that piece, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's different. So one of the reasons I wanted to show you how to do this one is because it's different to the other ways I've done it before. Normally, you'd only get one peak, one sort of rooftop, but you get two on this one. So, and I want to show you why. Right, on the bottom of your sleeve, so the bottom of your sleeve edge, so I have got, this is the wrong side of my fabric. This is the wrong side. Okay, and the reason it's the wrong side is because I'm going to stitch it on, then I'm going to turn it through because I want this to be on the right side. So you've got two little notches at the bottom, and you've also got two little notches on your placket piece, and you are going to place the placket raw edges together like so. Now I'm going to pin that on. And then I'm going to stitch along the guidelines that I have created. So before I ironed it all off, I got a rectangle around the outside, and then I also had a line up the centre and a little sort of V, and that's going to be my cutting line. So I don't want to stitch on that. I just want to stitch on the guidelines on the outside. So I'm going to put the needle in the centre of the presser foot so that I can just follow the line. Actually, I've missed a step. Apologies. This is because it's different to how I normally do it. So if you look on the instructions, it tells you the next thing that you need to do is you need to fold this over. Okay, so we're going to create, so this part here on the placket is double thickness, and we're going to do that by folding over so that the two little roofs match
make
each
it
other.
More structured?
More substantial, yes, because that fabric that you're wearing is quite a structured fabric.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to put a couple of little pins there. Now I need to sew, it's 1/4 of an inch seam allowance up and then down. So what I'm going to, rather than pivot at the top, what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew it in two separate goes. Okay, so I'm going to do two separate lines.
Why is that then?
Because what I could do is I could draw it on and I could follow my line, or I need to guarantee that I pivot in the right place. And if I do two separate lines, then the crossing point of those lines is
brilliant.
Guaranteed.
I love these tips. But it's really useful if you know why, because then you think, oh, well, of course, that's why.
I like to make things easy for myself, and so often you do something where you need to do a peak, and that's off centre, that's not right. How can I, and I'm also going to make my stitch length a little bit shorter as well.
Well, that's quite a good thing that you could use for many
things.
Many things, I like that.
Yeah. That's my first line, and then my second line. Do that a bit slightly bigger so that it's a bit clearer to see. Right, and then my second one. Okay, so I do have an extra line there, but it's just to illustrate. So now I've got this crossing point here, that's going to be my peak. So I'm just going to clip the excess at the top, like that, just clip the top off, and then I'm going to turn it through. And I've got my...
What do you use for a point turner? Oh, a proper one?
Yeah, like my little pokey stick.
Yeah, I like that. I never really know. I haven't got one of those.
I've tried it with scissors, and I've made so many mistakes. Oh, look, I can see my scissors. It's not what you want. Right. So there we go. So I've now got my little peak. You can see that little
I guess
peak
the good thing
there.
with this is that if you can just use small scraps of fabric that you've got that just match.
Yes. So I wouldn't throw any Liberty fabric away, obviously.
No.
So I often, if I'm making a blouse, I'll often do like the collar facing, cuff facings, and the plackets out of a.
Because Liberty
like a
would look
little
nice for like just the cuffs on a denim jacket, doesn't it?
Yes.
Nice.
Yes. Right. So now I'm going to press that, and I need to make sure I press it with that. My pre-pressed line all still in place. Try not to catch my interfacing. Like so. Okay, so now I'm going to put my placket piece, I'm going to match the notches, and I'm going to pin that in place. Right, so needle in the, so back to my normal stitch length, needle in the centre, and I'm going to follow that line. So all the way to the top. It does actually go quite close to the top of the piece. And then turn. And back down.
But I guess because you're sewing on top of lines that you've drawn, it's not so bad.
Yeah. Always draw in the lines for things like
really
this.
Complicated, isn't it? With all
Yeah.
the lines,
Yeah, and just make sure that you don't sew over the cut lines. You make sure you sew over the, which I know that might sound a little bit ridiculous.
No, it doesn't.
But if you've never done one before and you don't know how it all works out, but that, again, videos, there are lots of videos online of how to do different types of placket. Right, I'm now going to cut. So what I'm going to do, I need to cut. I'm not going to cut all the way, but I do need to cut into the corners, and it's really important that you don't cut the threads in the corners. So I'm going to cut up the centre.
So like doing a post box.
It is, and this is the sort of thing that if you haven't got the confidence to just do it, do a practice.
Yeah.
Literally
yes,
just do
you
a
don't
practice.
Have to cut a whole sleeve, do you?
Exactly. We just need a piece of fabric and your placket piece, and then just a bit of time and just do a practice.
Because I was thinking about Oliver who'd messaged in there, if you've done bag making, I mean, you know, all of this.
Yes.
Box.
Yeah.
Post box opening pockets and everything. It's the same. It's the same skills, isn't it?
You're just making something a little bit different. Yeah. I mean, I've done a little bit of bag making, and I thought, oh, bag making looks really complicated. And actually, in some respects, it is a little bit more complicated than making a garment, because it's just different skills, different things I've never done before. Right, so I'm now going to turn it over to the right side, and I'm now going to turn this through, like so. Okay, so I've got my placket piece.
It looks really funny.
So, yeah, it looks like
it's a church.
Yes, it looks like. Well, I don't want that. I want that. I don't want that gap. But I'm now going to close that gap. Okay. So the first side we're going to do is the slimmer side, the side without the roof, and I'm going to press. So it does actually tell you to press it all crisply, but it's not. So what's important is that you press your seam allowance towards the centre, towards the gap, because that is going to be half of that gap filled. So I'm going to do that from the wrong side so that I can see that I can get a really crisp fold, like so. And then I'm going to keep this one out of the way for now. I need to fold this back on itself. Okay, so that edge that I've already pre-folded, I'm going to fold it back to there. Okay, so you're going to cover your original stitching line, and you're just going to tuck all any sort of spare little bits out of the way. We're going to give that a quick, we're going to give that a pin. And then I'm going to edge stitch it nice and neatly. Because it's on the outside, like I said earlier, I might do a slightly longer stitch length. So I'm just going to edge stitch that. So there you go, it's not the neatest, but you can see that I've now got this piece in place. I would give that another really, really good press, okay? And now I need to do the opposite, the same, but on the opposite side. So we're going to press this seam allowance here over towards the gap. And I'm going to do that from the wrong side, so it's nice and crisp.
This is great. So next time I make this jacket, I'm just going to re-watch you doing this bit.
Yes.
Just
Yeah.
step by step. Like, pause, okay, I've got up.
And then send me a picture.
Yeah, I just do. Well, because it's so useful to see it step by step.
It is, yes.
It's nice to watch because we're getting to the end now and it's
Yes.
like, oh, right, this is making sense.
Yeah.
Whereas at the beginning, that weird shape makes no sense at all.
Yes. So now I'm going to just fold. So I've got this bit with the roof on, I'm going to fold it back on itself. So I've got quite a few layers of fabric here, but again, that gives it its structure. Tuck that little bit of seam allowance in there, and then making sure that you cover the stitching line again. That's your placket. You would just stitch, and there's a diagram in the instructions, and it shows you how to stitch around that. And then just give it a really, really good press. And then on the underside, you can see it's all hidden, which is the beautiful thing about these.
Really
it's all
neat.
hidden, which is really, really nice.
Because of the sewing across
yeah.
bit.
And then it shows you a little diagram of how to create like a little, well, it's not a square at the top. It's got like a triangle at the top, which is really, really nice.
Yeah, it's a really nice finish, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. And some plackets are straight across, and some have that sort of inverted V.
Fabulous, thank you so much. It's brilliant. And I love the way that you've like done the placket in that and then lined the cuff and then that little pocket.
Yes, I wanted to do it in navy blue, but I didn't have any navy blue, and I found the black, and I thought, oh, the black will be a really good contrast.
No, it's lovely.
Yeah.
It's really nice, isn't it? Derek says, this is the best placket video I've ever seen.
Oh.
And I've watched many.
Thank you,
There you go.
Derek.
Well, that's what I said. I'm going to watch this.
Thank you, Derek.
Just get the right date. And now you're going to lengthen yours down. Honestly, you just keep pressing pause.
Yeah, and just practice and just use your iron. You know, use the steam of your iron and make things really crisp. And it'll be neater than mine. But I think when you see it, it's almost like magic how it comes together.
It is magic. How it gets that bit tucked underneath the back.
Can I just show you something really quick about the pockets?
Yeah, really quickly.
So I did a mock-up of the front. So on yours, you've got pockets here, haven't you? You've got a single pocket, a single breast pocket.
Yeah, single pocket there and a pincer pocket there and pockets here.
Yeah, so this is the kangaroo pocket here. So this is the kangaroo pocket that I put at the bottom. And then you also get loads of different pocket options, these angled pockets. And I just wanted to show a bit of a tip about how I do the pockets. There isn't a curved pocket, but there are what they call pocket covers, what are they called?
Oh, flaps.
Flaps, yeah. Flaps. Yeah. So what I do is I use my machine to create the guidelines for folding so that I can just get really crisp edges on my folds for my pockets before I stitch them down. And then the same with the kangaroo pocket, because you've got this double fold.
So do you do that tacking thing again?
I do that tacking thing again. Yeah, it's the longest stitch length, and I can just whip it out afterwards. Really crisp edge. Yeah. And then the other thing that I do as well, if it's a curve, I sew my fold line, but because you can't fold on a curve, I run a single row of gathering stitches, and it means I can pull up the gathering stitches very, very carefully, and obviously it wants to fold over, and then I can use that guideline. It's like easing in a sleeve.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a brilliant tip.
I can just do it, and obviously I would spend a bit more time, and I would gather it a little bit more, give it a really, really good press.
Yeah, because otherwise, that's fabulous.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
But if
Thank
you want
so
a rounded
much, Wendy.
pocket,
It's been
that's all right.
Brilliant. It's been brilliant. I mean, I love the jacket already, but now I really want to make another one. Never make a reversible one. If you want the jacket, it's pattern. It is. We have crashed it. It's $18.99. We're taking £6 off. Honestly, it's a brilliant jacket. There are less than 20 left now, so you need to be quick with this one. You can use it for a men's jacket, a woman's jacket. You can make it long jacket or like a long shirt. It can have all sorts of pockets. It can be a patchwork jacket, a quilted jacket, a denim jacket. It can be any jacket you want it to be jacket. I love it. It's like your chore jacket. It's really nice, isn't it? It comes in all those sizes from a 32 to a 60-inch chest. So do trace the pattern, because you're going to want to use this again. If you want to use the fabric that this jacket's in, if you want to buy this, we've got a bundle of fabric where there's enough, unbelievably at £24.99, to make the largest size. And, you know, it is very unisex, isn't it? What a nice jacket. Use something a bit different, you know, for the cuff, for the inside of the cuffs. Could be your favourite Liberty, could be a little splash of Cave. Could be anything, really. Red, whatever you want to put on there. Thank you so much for joining me. When are you back with us, Wendy?
October, hopefully. I haven't got my date yet, but October.
That would be great.
Yep.
I should watch out for that. Haven't we learned absolutely loads today from Wendy? It's been brilliant. We're going to go for a very quick break. I will be back with you in a few minutes' time. We're going to do half an hour of Christmas kits, and why not? Why not? Being as it's August. But, you know, Christmas is fast approaching. One day it will be cold enough to be Christmas after the 30-second heat wave. I'll see you back here in just a couple of minutes' time.
Guess who's coming in with me on Thursday? Only Barbara Gray from Clarity. I know. We're doing these felt things to go on the wall. I'm really excited. She's in for 2 hours, 8 till 10. Join us this Thursday.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the SewingStreet website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with SewingStreet.
This Saturday, it's National Granny Square Day, and we're celebrating with some fantastic products and kits to celebrate our favourite piece of crochet. Also, brand new guest, Amelia from Amelia Stitches. She's going to be with us for an hour and a half, showcasing her fantastic embroidery kits. They're all set for beginners. They're beautiful. You are going to love them. So don't miss out. See you on Saturday.
Join us in store for the Crafter's Companion in Evesham. You'll be able to shop dedicated collections from SewingStreet, Jewellery Maker and selected brands featured across Hobby Maker, all under one roof. Why not make a day of it? With a coffee shop on site, you can relax, browse and enjoy everything the store has to offer. And incredible prices on the products you love. Whether you love sewing, jewellery making or papercraft, there's something waiting for you at Crafter's Companion Evesham. We can't wait to see you there.
The winner of this year's Search for a Star is...
It's Search for a Star here on Sewing Street. Do you love sewing and have a great imagination? Do you enjoy giving other crafters inspiration with your makes? We're looking for talented sewists to join the Sewing Street family and win the opportunity to become a regular guest on the show, giving you the chance to share your sewing wisdom with our viewers live on air. To enter, create a video in landscape up to 3 minutes, introducing yourself, and either demonstrate showing parts of a sewing project or show us how to master a challenging sewing technique.
Hi everyone, my name is Amber and I'm from Bedford.
Remember to introduce yourself speaking to the camera in your video. Send your videos to star@sewingstreet.com with the subject line of search for a sewing star using wetransfer.com. Please make sure that the download link is valid for longer than 1 day, as the competition email address is not always monitored over the weekend. The closing date for sending in all of your video entries is Monday the 7th of September. We can't wait to meet you all. Good luck!
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Just for the last half hour, we're going to do some Christmas kits, and why not? Because we do have to get ready. Quilt pattern behind me, the poinsettia path. So we did have a kit for this right at the very beginning, but lovely Macara fabric. It's sold out in minutes, unbelievable. But the reason I designed it was because it can use red fabric, green fabric, and light fabric. So you just red, white, and green. Or you can do it in other colours, because in this colourway, it looks Christmassy, doesn't it? But can you imagine doing it in blues? Basically, you need 3 shades. In the instructions, it explains it. So you need 4 dark tone fabrics, 2 mid-toned and 4 light tones. And I give you a bit of advice about choosing fabric as well. So you just need dark, which is the green, light, which is these white, and red. But it could be dark blue, mid blue and light blue. It could be dark blue and silver. It could be oranges and browns. All it needs are 3 different tones of fabric. Then what I've done to make it just a bit different is I've used different, so the green has got different prints. But to be honest, you could just use 1 colour for all the greens. So it's quite a good quilt to use for your stash. I've done it all in fat quarters. So it uses 10 fat quarters. And then you need plain fabric for the sashing and binding, 1.5 meters. So you could use 10 fat quarters. You could use all of the same, but it'd be brilliant for your stash. Maybe you've got a load of fabrics that you really love in different shades. So maybe you've got a load of teals. Teal and purple would be nice, wouldn't it? It comes with a video tutorial. If you want to do it Christmassy, then go for some reds. Have a look in your stash, or if you've bought some, choose, you know, a few different red fabrics, a few different green fabrics, a few different light fabrics, and then you can create it as a Christmas one. But it could be any colour. I've done a full video tutorial. It's pretty easy to do because it's 1 block. 1 block, 1, 2, 3, repeated 9 times. The only difference between like that block and that block is that it uses different cut prints. But other than that, the blocks are constructed in exactly the same way. And the chain pattern is created by the sashing. So you have a sashing, a block, and that's how it's done. So it's quite easy. If you've not done a quilt before, this is a great one to start with. It also doesn't use any half square triangles. It's just squares and snowballed corners. So on the screen now, that's the that's the instructions. Full video tutorial if you've never made a quilt before. Got all the diagrams. They're all labelled with letters, so it's easy to see which fabric's which. And I've labelled them by the fabrics I've used here, so you can easily see when you do yours. That's what it looks like. And at the back, these are the fabrics that I use to make the quilt. So if you are creating your own, I would just cut out a bit of the fabric and put it on top. So you can see there, those are the 4 greens, those are the 2 reds, those are the 4 creams, and then I used a plain red for this bit of sashing and then a plain cream for the rest of it. So you could just cut out your fabrics and put it. It means you can sort of play around with it a bit as well. So that's the printed instructions. And we do have a digital download as well. There aren't any templates, so if you just want to download it, print it off at home, or just read it off your tablet, computer, whatever it is you read your instructions on. So that's the poinsettia path. But, you know, you might be able to get hold of it if you particularly want that fabric, but I would just go for reds and greens or any colourway you want. Right, the shop away bag next is the Robin, Mr. Robin. So this is a great bag for Christmas and for gifting as well. Let me just take the others out. 1 moment. There we go. So the point of this bag is little robin. It's got a lovely robin on the front. This is what it looks like when it's bag. It's got robins on the handle and it's got lots of robins on the back. So that's your shopping bag. You take that to do your shopping, particularly at Christmas. Well, it doesn't have to be Christmas because robins do live the rest of the year round. Then, when you want to put it away, it has on the inside, it has French seam, so it's not lined because you need it to fit in here, but it's not fraying either. You open it up, so like, can you see the little robin there? It's got his little wings, and there's the back of the robin. You just open it up. You don't have to do anything special. You just push the bag and the handles inside. You will need a spring toggle clasp with this and a little bit of cord. And then you pull that up, squish that down, and then you can pop that in your handbag. And there's a little robin with his little wings, and he's got his feathers on the back. And it's a really nice, I mean, I keep one of these in my handbag all the time, because then I've always got a little bag to hand. It's a nice little, and a little friend. And it's a nice thing to gift to somebody, particularly if for a Christmas gift, because everyone needs a little bag that they keep in their handbag, don't they? You can keep a load of these in the boot of your car. They're nice fabric bags. And I always find, because I've got one of these, you always get the woman at the till goes, oh, where did you get that from? Why have you got a robin bag? But it's just really cute, isn't it? So really, really, really easy to make as well. So in the kit, you will get the fabric panel. You'll also get, because there was space on the panel, the pieces to make, let me just find them, 2 little zip purses. You'll get all the pieces. You see these are really good to put coins in, so you get all the pieces to make them. Or to put like your AirPods in, money, little things, just little things. Or headphones, that sort of thing. Something that you just want to keep something small in. So it comes with all the pieces to make both of those. You just need a little zip to go across. And everything is already illustrated and printed for you. So there's the robin with the little face, or you've got all the feathers printed on there. And then obviously you've got the robin on the front, the robin back, and then you've got the handles that are pre-printed. This is dead easy, so it's quite good if you're thinking about also either making it for someone or buying it as a kit for somebody, because it's quite easy, and it's one of those things that everybody likes. Everyone needs a little shop away bag. I use mine all the time. Right, yeah. Right, charm panel, winter foliage. So these are all 5 by 5 inches square, and there's 42. There are only 7 of these left, though. So what you've got on here, they're all 5 inch, they're sort of traditional winter foliage. We've got some robins, we've got some foliage with little robins on. We've got a bit of tartan with pine cones. got 2 gift tags on there. You've got like a little row of robins. That would be really nice for a facing or a bag handle. And then you've got the foliage going down the centre. So if you want a sort of a very traditional, Christmassy robin type design, I've made the robin bag and I love it. Oh, thank you, Anne. That's really nice. I think they're really sweet, aren't they? But it's really nice to know. It's lovely when you message me and to say that you've made things. Right, the robin doorstop. So we did a kit for the robin. Kit, the velvet robin, the kit sold out. But what we decided to do was do a set of instructions with templates to make a robin doorstop. However, the idea behind this is you make him in your own fabrics. Once you've made him, he can be any bird. So I made him in my favourite fabric, which obviously is French General. In the instructions, full video tutorial for making this, by the way, but lots of pictures, all the templates. So you trace these round these. You have to stick 2 bits together there. Trace round them all and use your fabrics you want. So like for this one, I used a red fabric for that side and that side, a different red fabric for the front, one for the bottom. You've got little feet, and then I used a fabric for the wings. So a lot of people I know have made him, well, they've made him in Christmas fabrics. If you make him another fabric, he's not a robin anymore. Some people used him as like a memory robin. So they made him in, you know, fabrics to remember a loved one, like their clothing. Or it's a really nice thing as a sort of a memento. One customer messaged in and said, one of our viewers, that she was going to make him from her old RAF uniform. So maybe you finished school or you finished a club and you've got a uniform and a logo, you know, using these patterns, particularly if you trace them onto tracing paper, you could then position it correctly. So maybe you have got like a uniform, like a school uniform, with a logo. You could put that on the front of the breast, couldn't you? Or the only thing you have to do is, like, I cut out a piece of fabric, there we go, just for his eye, and then you can applique a separate piece on the nose. Pretty easy to make, but what a lovely thing. I've put sand in him underneath, because he's a doorstop then, and actually looks really nice when he sits on the edge of a shelf as well. So it could be a doorstop or just a decoration. But maybe you've got some Tilda that you absolutely love. You're not using a lot of each of the fabrics. You know, a little bit A4 and a bit longer, and that's for this back section is probably the longest piece, the bit that goes all the way down there. But maybe you've got your favourite fabrics, or maybe you've made, you know, something like for a nursery and you've made curtains and you want a matching doorstop in the corner, or you want something to match your living room blinds. There's so many different things that you can make from it. Once you've got the pattern, obviously, you can make lots and lots of robins. They make great presents because they do make very nice doorstops. So you just have to think, what would you make him from? Maybe you've got fabrics that you've kept and put aside because you love them, but you don't want to use them. Well, there we go. Make a bird, because once he could be any bird. Once he's coloured in your colour, he could be a budgie, really. And he's just a generic bird, isn't he? Really cute. But had so many lovely messages from people and photos even now of people who've made him. We've also got a digital download version, the same price, £9.99. Obviously, the good thing about that is that you can then print your templates off. Do make sure when you print them off, we've put a 1-inch test square on every page that you print them off at 100%. And just go to the Amber Makes website and you will find the full video tutorial. So you can make it along with me. Now, we did another one, a doorstop Christmas pudding. We did a kit. Now, we still have some of the kit left. Yeah, there's like single figures left of the kit. So the kit, it's all a printed velvet panel, and it has all the velvet pieces for the pudding, which is obviously different shades of brown checks and chevrons and tartans. It has a brown on the bottom. It's because the weights in the bottom, it keeps like flipping back again. It's got pouring cream. It has velvet holly, which I've sewn on like this. And it has velvet berries, a velvet handle, and it even has a velvet label that says made with love and festive spirit, because obviously it would be, wouldn't it? And Merry Christmas pudding. So in the kit, you will get a velvet panel. I won't open this one because we've got so few left. The velvet, everything is printed, all the seam allowances are in there. You don't have to think. You don't have to use templates, do any measuring. You just cut it out and sew it together. It comes with a full video tutorial and a set of instructions. It also comes with some white cotton fabric that you use to line the cream, because that's how you get those nice edges. You sew it right sides facing, turn it out, and you get those nice curves, and some fabric to make the filling bag inside. And it comes with a bit of red, white and green baker's twine for the gift tag as well. £19.99 for the complete kit. In velvet as well. There we go. Now, if you want to make your own Christmas pudding, obviously you can then use your own brown fabrics. Or when I made my test one, I made it in really bright colours, and it looks quite cool, actually. A lot of people then messaged in and said, well, if you don't put the cream on, it's just a circle, isn't it? It could be anything you want it to be. It's a really nice gift to make somebody. Obviously, in the instructions, and actually if you buy the kit, it's the same. You have got all of the templates. So works really well in things like velvets and tweeds and cords, textured fabrics, could just be plain fabrics. You could make it in Christmas fabrics, particularly if you've got something a bit metallic. Just make each part of the pudding in a different print. So you've got full instructions there and all the templates. So if you fancy making your own Christmas pudding, start making them now, and you can make one for everybody. You could make, when you make the gift tag, you could embroider or write their name or the name of their house on. It's a really nice thing. You can have it in the centre of the table. If you don't want to put the hanging loop on, you don't have to. It could just be a Christmas pudding. But it's just a really nice... Also, again, if you look at the templates, it doesn't use up loads of fabric. So it is quite a good way to use up small scraps. So that's the printed instructions. We've also got the digital download. So again, you can just print the templates off yourself, and then you can just read the instructions if that's how you prefer to do it. Just make sure you print it off at 100%. Yes. Now, if you want to put some weight, you can use any weighted filling for the robin or the pudding. These are really good because these are recycled polythene. They're also quite reasonably fine, so you're not going to get big lumps in them. And it's amazing for the price of it that you still only get charged £4.95 for your P&P. And you would need half a bag of these for each thing. So one of these will do 2 doorstops. And in the instructions, I explain about making a bag out of fabric to put your pellets in, because if it's a fabric bag, it stops them leaking everywhere. But if you're making doorstops, these are a really great alternative. They're heavy enough, but not too heavy. They're just about right. Right, the 12-day of Christmas panels. Oh, I had all the quilts. Okay. Now, which one did you say? 58. So this is the 12 days of Christmas, but they're in panel form. I'll hold it up like that so you can see, and then I'll put it on the desk so you can see properly. I have. Okay. So on here, if you look, you've got, these are all squares. I use these to make into a quilt, but you can do whatever you want with them. They could be cushions. You could join them all together in a quilt. So you've got 1 partridge in a pear tree. You've got 2 turtle doves, 3 French hens, and all of them geese, gold rings, swans are swimming, all illustrated by Amy in shades of icy blues. So they would make, I mean, they do make, if you cut them all out, we did a fantastic quilt, cut them all out, join them together with sashing, but they could be cushions, couldn't they? They could be, you change it each day, they could be gift bags. So you could back them with another fabric, put a drawstring on top. If you sewed a strip of fabric across the top, that would be really nice, wouldn't it? So £19.99, I mean, look at the size of it. You are getting all 12 of them for just £19.99. In fact, I think that was the price that we sold them at about 3 years ago. And so really it would have gone up, because that is a very big panel for £19.99. Now, we've also got it in multicolour, because when we first designed this, we couldn't decide which one we liked, so we thought we'd go with both. So this is the same thing, exactly the same, but it's just more colourful. So the partridge in a pear tree, you've got the pink, you've got it in the dark blue, you've got the 2 turtle doves, 4 collie birds, 5 gold rings, 6 geese are laying, 7 swans are swimming, 8 maids are milking, 9 ladies dancing, 10 lords are leaping, 11 pipers piping, and 12 drummers drumming. So again, you can use these to make into a quilt if you want, or you can use them for other items. I think they make lovely gift bags. Imagine having these all underneath your tree. Wouldn't they be lovely? Now, we have also got charm squares that match these. And these are lovely for making, again, these make a beautiful sampler quilt. But they also can be used as, oh, sorry. Okay. They make really nice. You could sew them to a piece of card, and then they would be Christmas cards. So you can make them into, you could cut them and make them into cushions and bags. You could use them as small items, but they're really cute. And look, and across the top, you've got that line of all the individual elements. And some of them have got just the numbers. Some of them have got the, see number 3? And then you've got some of them that have got the names of them on. But if you fancy something Christmas charm squarey, very nice. If you bought a few of them, you could sew them all together. I'd put some inch sashing between. You could make quite a nice size quilt then, couldn't you? Or something small. That's the colourful one. But I've also got it in the icy blue one as well. There we go. That's the icy blue colourway. Things like, we've also got some other charm squares, and we've also got like a fatter quarter panel. Have a look on the website. We've had a bit of a rush on this last half hour. So have a look on the website, and that will show you all the other items we've got, because we haven't managed to do everything. SewingStreet.com. Watch live if you scroll down there. There's still plenty of time for Christmas, but a lady messaged me the other day. She goes, I'm making a quilt for Christmas. It's so nice to get started, because that's why we always do Christmas in July, because it's really good to get ahead, isn't it? Anyway, tomorrow on Sewing Street, you've got the lovely John Scott. Bright and early at 8 o'clock, Love and Liberty with you. With you, loving liberty. I was like, because it said we love liberties, not just John loving liberty. He's going to be loving liberty. Everyone does. 9 o'clock, Delphine's in with her 12 days of Christmas block of the month. There you go. How apt is that? Is she just starting that, Hannah, or is that more? It's second instalment of the 12 days of Christmas block of the month. Perfect. Then you'll be all ready for Christmas. 10 o'clock, Bold and Beautiful, mix and match fabrics, 10% saving. 11 o'clock, Delphine will be back with the Riley Blake Wildflower Fields Quilt Kit. Nice. And at 12 o'clock, the day will be ended with your best and favourite and loveliest ever sewing room tools. Thank you for joining me today. I will see you back here on Saturday. Happy solar eclipse to everybody tomorrow. I hope you've all planned where you're going to be for 7:15. Don't forget, really important, you must wear your solar glasses, because otherwise you ruin your eyesight. Can't wait. Do share your photos with me, and I will see you back here on Saturday.
Guess who's coming in with me on Thursday? Only Barbara Gray from Clarity. I know.